Namaste, Namaskar, Vanakkam, India. It's that time of the year when we take a moment from our busy routines to get inspired from fellow women. When we rise together to recognize, celebrate, and root for those of us who have dared to step up and take on challenges and conquer new heights despite the tough times. It's that time of the year when we reiterate that lifting as we climb is a way of life to keep up the spirit of sisterhood. Women Techmakers India is back with 2 days of jam packed schedule to make you smile, share, and grow collectively. So, are you excited to kick off the 2 days of learnings and fun? I hear a resounding yes. I'm Usha Ramani, co-organizer of Google Developer Groups and Women Tech Makers, Vizag, Vishakhapatnam, Andhra Pradesh. It's a great pleasure to welcome you all to India's biggest and the most happening International Women's Tech Conference, IWD India 2022. Stay tuned, and I have with me my co-ambassador from Indore, Sachita.
Well, hello and namaste everyone. I'm Shachita Jain and I'm Women Tech Makers Ambassador and co-organizer of GDG Cloud Indore. I'm currently working as a backend developer in a fintech startup called Stashfin in New Delhi, and I am super hyped up to be commencing this event with Usha and all of you. We take this moment of International Women's Day to provide visibility for the incredible contributions of women all over the world. Right now, I'm completely filled with excitement and optimism. We are immensely gratified with all the love and support that we have been receiving from all of you.
Yes, Sachita. This year's theme is progress, not perfection. It's an apt theme that signifies that after all the challenging times that we have been through in the last 2 years, all that matters is, are we making progress? So often we hold ourselves to impossibly high standards and feel disappointment when we don't match up to them, or worse, we don't even try. But when we let the idea of being perfect go, we allow ourselves some space and some freedom to try new things, to make mistakes, to learn. We see that all of our experiences, the good, the bad, the ugly, they have made us what we are today. Instead of striving for perfection, if we can strive for growth and discovery, instead of being fixated on destination, if we are focused on the journey, whatever it takes, I think that is what makes a difference.
Yes, exactly, Usha. So, with this year's theme, I think it's finally the right time to stop striving for perfection and start enjoying the journey towards growth and discovery. And with that being said, we really hope that this would mark as the last virtual event and wish that next time we would get a chance to meet you all in person.
Absolutely, we are raving to meet all of our community members and the bigger IWD India family in person very soon. In fact, this is the third year of organizing IWD India virtually. I still remember the first time when we took to this medium with apprehension, but the way it was received and adored by the community gave us strength and confidence to bring much more amazing content and the ways and the format, and it was a great learning experience for all of us involved. Again, our paths are not linear. We come across seemingly impossible challenges. Progress, not perfection, over here as well. Big and small, our inner strength and resilience is what allowed us to be here. So I want you to take a moment and think about what is that progress, not perfection, that you will celebrate in 2022.
Absolutely. So, moving ahead, our team has worked hard to bring you content that matters to you, that will help you in your journey. So, irrespective of you being a student, a job seeker, a freelancer, a young professional, or an experienced professional, there is surely something for all of you. So, let us all join together and help us make this event a grand success.
Before we go ahead, let's quickly go through the code of conduct, the basic rules actually. So we request you all to please be respectful to each other, be it in your discussions, be it in our YouTube share, in our YouTube conversations, and speak up if there is anything you see or hear which is not congruent. And also, there is zero tolerance policy for any in person or online harassment of any kind. So please raise your hand and let us know.
Absolutely. Also, we would appreciate for everybody to have their complete presence here. Uh, may I have the next slide, please? Yeah, and it would be great if you could bring your whole self to the event. You need to come prepared with all the prerequisites that were already emailed to you and were also available on our website. Be an active listener and try to make the most out of this event.
Absolutely. Let's quickly see what you can expect from this. So, we request you to be engaged and to participate as much as you can to gain the most from these sessions that we have packed for you. There will be quizzes, and after every session, a link will be displayed on the screen, a Google form, which will contain the link to the quizzes. And there are amazing prizes for you to win if you answer. More than prizes, I believe it is the learning. So please be part of this learning journey.
Exactly, and obviously everybody is eager to gain this interesting and captivating swag. So we have a lot many swags just waiting to come your way. All you need to do is get prepared and give it your best shot. And all the best to all of you. So
Yes,
let's
let's get
all the
started.
best. Yeah,
Yeah.
let's get started. Let's just jump right into the sessions. So Usha, tell me, have you ever tried surfing?
Surfing. No,
Yeah.
no. But I wanted to. I live in a coastal city and I absolutely am waiting for the opportunity. Tell me why you ask.
Well, so do I. Even I want to try it. But don't worry, we have Ishita Malviya to our rescue. You'll be amazed to know that she is recognized as India's first women surfer. Ishita is also the co founder of the Shaka Surf Club and has been featured in Forbes' list of 30 under 30. I'm so excited to hear her speak about her journey. So let's give it up for Ishita.
My name is Ishita Malviya, and I'm recognized as the first woman surfer in India. I'm also the co founder of the Shaka Surf Club, one of the leading surf schools in the country. Today, I'm here to talk about my journey of what it was like becoming the first professional woman surfer in India, and also, yeah, what it was like to just start a career in surfing at a time when it was completely unheard of in the country. Uh, so yeah, a little bit about myself. I grew up in Bombay, which is a coastal city, and ever since I was a kid, I've just loved playing in the sea and being a little mermaid. And I just, even as a kid, dreamed of learning to surf one day. But growing up, I guess I just never seen or heard of anyone doing it in India. And it was always at the back of my mind that maybe one day I'll travel to California and I'll learn how to surf. Um, Never in my wildest dreams did I imagine that I would start surfing in India and let alone become the first professional woman surfer in the country. But yeah, I'm here to talk about my journey of what it was like moving from the city to a small town in coastal Karnataka, and setting up a surf school. So basically, I think had grown up in Bombay and was getting, I had lived there long enough to know that the grind wasn't for me. Like, it was too crowded and I was craving being closer to nature. And I made my first adult decision to go to Manipal for university, where I was pursuing journalism. And it was that one decision I made as an independent decision as an adult, that kind of like completely flipped my reality, because I think intuitively I just knew that moving to a place that was closer to nature was good for me, and little did I know that going there, I would end up discovering surfing, and my life was completely changed. So yeah, it was in Manipal where my friend Tushar and I met a few surfers from California, and they told us that they were surfing in India, and we just couldn't believe it, you know. And ever since I caught my first wave, everything just changed. It's like a switch went off in my head, and I'm like, yep, doing this for the rest of my life, you know. And you might think it's crazy, but unless you've experienced the joy of riding a wave, yeah, it can be completely life changing. And that's what it was like for me. And I would like to say that, you know, just growing up in India, and especially as a woman, I feel like you're forced to grow up too soon in a lot of ways, you know. And like, even as a child, like, there's so much pressure put on kids to study and perform well, you know, there's so much competition. And just coming from like a normal middle class family, I feel like that idea of playtime had kind of gone out of the window for me, you know, because I was like so focused on studies, and like there was just too much pressure on me. So when I like discovered surfing, I feel like it came into my life at the right time, because it finally made me feel like a kid again, you know. There was no other reason for it. Like, I was in the water and I was able to connect with that childlike wonder and that joyful state. And that's what we call stoke in surfing. And I think from the moment I experienced that, it was like so healing for me, that I realized that I just want to hold on to this feeling for the rest of my life, you know. That just took priority. And most people didn't understand it around me, but to me it was very precious and very sacred. And my friend Tushar felt the same way, you know. And so I'm talking about back in 2007, when you literally like Googled surfing in India and nothing would show up, you know. There were so few surfers in the country. I think we were 13 of us, and we could count each other on our fingertips. But yeah, I got used to surfing early in the morning, before heading for class, and that's how I started my day, you know. And it became a lifestyle change for me. And a lot of people didn't understand it, which was surprising for me, because I thought if I would tell my friends who I like grew up with or went to school with, like, hey, I'm learning to surf, you should try it, I thought I would be met with the same level of enthusiasm. But rather, people were just very dismissive. They were like, whatever, you know, there's no waves in India, you can't surf, or like, oh my god, you're getting so dark, or you've become such a beach bum, like, what are you doing with your life, you know. But for Tushar and I think we both felt the same level of stoke for surfing, and just wanted to share it with as many people as possible, because it was such a life-changing thing for us, you know. But it was hard to explain it to people, especially like our parents. They're like, we sent you to Manipal to study, and now you're spending all your time at the beach, like, you know, don't expect us to buy you a boat, and you better like focus. So if from the beginning it became very clear that we had to balance like studies with sport, you know, or playtime. And I think we were very successful, from the second and third year of our university days, we started giving surf lessons on the weekends, mainly so that we could finance our surfing, because surfing isn't it's a pretty expensive sport, and like even the first surfboard we bought costed 10,000 rupees, and as first year broke college students, we didn't have that kind of money. So Tushar and I pretty much sold everything we had, in terms of like things we didn't need around the house, or like random things like sewing machines or ad king pros. And this is a time before OLX and all these online trading sites, so we had to somehow make 10,000 rupees to buy this first surfboard, which was a second hand board, and we shared that between the two of us for the next 2 years. But we didn't mind, because Sundays were like our dedicated surf days, and we would just go to the beach. And I would like to say, like, I didn't become a surfer overnight, especially because when I started, there were no other girls surfing in India, and the only videos I saw of women surfing were online, like the only women images I saw were online, through surf blogs and magazines that I would find. And so it was quite intimidating. It was really intimidating being the only woman in the water, especially because I didn't have that kind of physical strength to start with. I wouldn't say I came from a necessarily athletic background. I was pretty weak, and the first 1 year was really challenging. Like, I would go out and constantly like get beat up by the like just tossed around in the water and get beat up by the board, and I would be bruised black and blue all over. Like, I would surf for 10 minutes and then come out, and then I'd be like crying on the beach for the next 10 minutes. But the thing is, I stuck to it, because the joy you get, the experience from like riding that one wave, it like makes up for all of it. And yeah, I just wanted to share that with as many people, and Tushar was on the same page. So that's when we decided to start a surf school called the Shaka Surf Club. And like I said, people who grew up with us didn't fully understand it, but on our journey, we discovered this little village close to Udupi, a small fishing village. And when we would go to the beach, would drive just with two boats on the car, the kids at that spot would like sit on the rocks and watch us and cheer for us, And these kids had never even seen or heard of surfing. So to them, it was like their stoke for surfing was very pure. And we were like really surprised to find that people living literally by the beach didn't know how to swim. Like the fishermen who go out for days on end, they don't know how to swim. And we're like, these kids are growing up by the beach in paradise, and they don't even know what they're missing out on. So we wanted to create an opportunity for these kids to experience that. And over the years, what we found is like these kids kind of like had a very negative attitude towards the ocean, because they had seen what a hard life it is. They'd seen their parents struggle, and kind of felt like they were cursed to live by the beach almost. Whereas coming from the city and chancing upon a place which was like so beautiful and clean and magical, we wanted the kids to experience that. But they just like didn't have that perspective. Whereas now, fast forward to 10 years later, these kids are growing up, and they just have so much more confidence now because of surfing, which is really incredible to see. Yeah. But I'd also like to say, like, it's hard being a woman surfing in India, because I've not had that much company in the water. And even though we have a lot of women coming from the cities to learn to surf, in the rural areas it's still very challenging, because women have so many more barriers to overcome. Like, girls are just not given enough opportunities to get in the water, mainly because their parents. If I had to share a message for the women, I would just like to say, do the thing that you're most afraid of. Stay consistent, small baby steps every day lead to big results in the future. So stick to your goals, and there'll be a lot of people who will tell you what you can or cannot do, but we are also gifted with a really strong sense of intuition, and you have to learn to kind of trust in your own judgment of what's good for you and have the courage and conviction to pursue it, believe in yourself, and yeah, watch things unfold in your life and have the gift of showing people how it's done. Yeah, believe in yourself.
That was phenomenal. Having the courage to stand up for your what you believe in yourself. The words that she left us with really resound with me, and I hope they do with you too. Taking up such an unconventional profession as this, like surfing, is a challenge, is a different choice. But because we are passionate of it, the way that we take it forward and leverage it to bring us joy and to make an opportunity and a business out of it is truly inspiring. Let us listen to Tushar's side of the story. Her co-founder, Ishita's co-founder at Shaka Surf Club. Here we go.
Hey guys, Tushar from the Shaka Surf Club. And yeah, so first off, like for me, surfing, so something so beautiful about sharing surfing. And Ishita and I were fortunate enough to have that experience together, you know. And then along the way, when we found the small fishing village where we're based in, we met these kids and they kind of hopped on this dream or the journey that we were on with surfing. And somehow by sharing surfing, it doesn't get lesser, it gets more, you know, and that's kind of the beauty of surfing. So when we started the surf club and we were setting up a business, we had the freedom to kind of decide how we choose to run our business. And one of the founding principles that we decided to run the surf school on was the fact that we keep surfing and whatever we do at Sharka, free for the local children, because we did not want the kids in the village to see all these people coming from the city having fun and not have access to it. You know, we wanted it to be a level playing field, and that's what surfing's always been. So yeah, that kind of just became part of what we do at Shaka, where we keep surfing, and it's not in a structured format either. So it's open and it's a choice that the children can make if they choose to. And there's certain rules that you follow. You follow the older kids at the surf club. You know, you have to come to the beach cleanups. You gotta, you know, do well in school, and just you have certain responsibilities in your life if to be part of the surf club and the skate club. And that is great. That's great for, you know, the kids to have a space where they can come to and have motivation to go home and study and then come back in here and then play and then jump in the water. And yeah, so that's great. And then it also gives, you know, people coming in to learn surfing from the cities a glimpse at the life in the village by where they get to interact with children in the village, and they get to, like, you know, almost like, you know, experience that, you know, the joy of your childhood again, kind of, which is great. And yeah, in terms of you know, progress, like with whatever we've been doing, it's you know, it's never a straight path to wherever you want to be. It's always a path that swerves and kind of winds around, but eventually makes your way. You make your way back to wherever you want to be, as long as your intentions of what you want to do are clear, you know. And that's something that Ishita and me had from the very beginning, is that we for sure wanted to share the stoke of surfing. We wanted to, like, you know, make the village we're based in the coolest village in the country, where, you know, and now when I look at it, it's almost there. You know, you walk up, you're driving down Kodibengre, and then all the kids are throwing shakas at you, and then there's like some of them are skating so well, surfing so good, you know. It's really a trip. I mean, Ishita and me are probably the only two people really experiencing the whole, you know, journey of how trippy it is. But yeah, it is nice. And that has been kind of like our low key like side goal, is to do this along with the business. The business aspect is important because we live in a capitalistic system, and we gotta sustain in that world. But these little goals that come across, where, for example, like just seeing like driving down the road and having someone throw a shaka at you is like so crazy, because at one point in India, like they didn't even know what surfing was, so to be here now is just so good. And it's not been an instant thing. It's been a slow but fun progress journey that we've been on, so yeah, it's been really nice. And now that we are here talking to you guys, y'all are getting introduced to the possibility of being part of this community, which is the surfing community in India. So I would say just go find your local surf school and start surfing, and at some point come see us at Shaka and come surf and share waves, and it's gonna be amazing.
Isn't that splendid? What an amazing vibe it is. This duo have surely transformed the face of that small village, for sure. And they have shown the joy of surfing and sea and the waves and the crashing of the entire experience. Actually, that experience they brought out to the locals, to the small children. That is entrepreneurship. I'm sure there'll be many more first timers who will take this as an inspiration and start up again. So the message for all of you, for all of us, is go find your passion and go give your 100% there. Yeah.
Well, definitely, Usha. It's always inspiring to see people follow their passion and start their career in a field that was completely unheard of at their time and makes such a tremendous impact on everyone. Taking such a bold decision at any point of time in their life is something we could all learn from. And the thing that stuck into my mind was the way they said, do the thing you fear, and the death of fear is certain. So go ahead, believe in yourself, and there's nothing in this world that you cannot achieve.
Absolutely. Now, let's move from the waves and the sea to the technologies around artificial intelligence and machine learning.
Oh, yes. So it's always captivating to understand how machine learning works. But sometimes explaining core technical terms in a layman language becomes quite challenging. But no worries. We have with us Miss Laisha Vadwa, who is currently working as a software engineer at Goldman Sachs. Let's see what she has to say for us. And let's welcome Miss Laisha Vadwa.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to today's talk. Today, we'll be talking about a very interesting aspect of machine learning, which is rather overlooked as we are moving towards more and more complex models that are being implemented as well as adopted, as we are also moving towards a world which is full of a large volume of data. So let's dive in. So in today's talk, I'll be touching upon various aspects of what explainable AI is. And the entire concept of interpretability in AI is not just about making it more transparent, making it more responsible, but also making it more ethical. So we'll be touching upon the importance of this concept. And then we explore a very interesting library called Line. We'll be looking at how it is implemented. And the best thing about the session is that you'll be going away by learning how you can make your existing machine learning models more explainable and how you can build trust in the models that you've already built so far. We'll be closing this session with some final thoughts on where we stand today in this field and where do we have to go in the coming years. So let's begin. Now, I know we all have been here. Every machine learning person, whether it's a novice, it's a beginner, we've all been in this situation where we've built great classifiers and everything looks good. But when we move on to testing our data, we're just left with perplexed opinions about what is going wrong with my model. You don't know exactly what happened, and then you beat around your head trying different hyperparameters. You try to change your data, but nothing happens because you actually don't know what your model is learning. And that's why we all are here, to understand what your model is actually learning. So before we actually go and look at the mathematics, let's first understand this concept of explainability from the perspective of both data as well as algorithms. So when we start building any machine learning pipeline, or for that matter, when we do anything related to data, we first try to understand everything about that data. Where is the data coming from? What are the variables that are being used in that data? What is the source? Is it a synthetic data, or I'm working with a real world data? Where is it gathered from? What was the demographic? So you first try to explain the data to yourself before you go to the stage of implementing an algorithm. And when it comes to an algorithm, when you're trying to understand, you'd see what kind of ML algorithm it is, how it's working, how will it be trained and tested, and then you see what are the possible outcomes, how you can group certain algorithms together, and for the algorithm that you're trying to use, what is the notion of fairness? What options do you have apart from this algorithm? So these are all the factors that go in when you're trying to understand what data and algorithms you want to use. And next is when you try to understand how this algorithm is working and how am I getting the outputs that I expect to see. So it's a very interesting take on the machine learning aspect of data and algorithms. As we are moving towards more and more accurate and advanced models, we are also moving way away from interpretability. If you look at models like linear regression, decision trees, these are rather easier to explain as well as visualize. But models like deep neural networks and recurring neural networks, and when we combine these networks, it becomes very difficult to actually understand what's going inside. Now, you all might be thinking that why is this such a big deal? I mean, I'm just doing fine with my machine learning models, and my products are working fine. Why do I even need this explainable model to be fit in? Now, think of this scenario that you're working with data related to healthcare, or you're working with data related to the banking sector, where the criticality of the application is high. And let's say that your model is producing a lot of false positives, right? It's at the cost of someone's life. It's in the healthcare domain. You really want the end users of your model to actually have trust in that. That's when the adoption of applications driven by ML actually increases. And that's one of the most important aspect of why explainability in AI is the future of ML in AI. And if you look at the image on the screen, what we do today is pretty simple. We have a training data, whatever source it is coming from, and a machine learning process that is built on top of that. All we do is that whatever learning function we have implemented, we do a decisioning or a recommendation based on that. But end users, who are you, me, we are using multiple applications out there. Sometimes you're like, why did my loan just get rejected? I mean, you start doubting the automation. You start thinking, okay, what's going wrong? Or if you're someone who's working on it, a lot of these questions like, what did I do wrong that my algorithm is not working? And why did I get such an output when I was expecting this output? And the most important question that comes to my mind is, how do I correct this error? That's what explainable AI helps you answer. Why? Because it makes it easy for you to understand all this. Rather than giving you a very mathematical view, it gives you a rather more graphical, pictorial representation of what your model is doing. In simple terms, if I try to put it, it helps you understand your model's decisioning process. And that is exactly what goes inside your mind. So it helps you lay it out in front of you. So moving ahead, if you look at the entire life cycle of machine learning, this is exactly where interpretability fits in. You have your real world data, you have a black box model that you know really works. You don't know how it works. You fit in the model, you're a human, and you are taking some decisions basis what your model gives you an output. You really want to understand why your model worked in a certain way, because in the real world, false positives, false negatives, all these are really very important. And let's also consider a scenario where let's say you're building a model for predicting the churn rate in your firm, and the model's working like really very good, and you're able to like predict it over the course of, let's say, the next 6 months. But what good is a churn prediction model if you're not able to understand the factors that are contributing to that churn, whether that churn rate is high or whether it's low? So if you can understand those factors and then work on that, that is actually where machine learning is helping you do the real thing. And that's why we're going to move towards understanding a little more about the aspects that responsible AI comes with. A lot of the times, explainable AI is considered as an it's considered as an it's a practice basically for building and deploying models that are more aware or that are more ethical. But there are multiple other streams that come with it. The three important ones are secure AI, ethical AI, and compliance or data governance that deals with the data. And all of this is nothing but human centered machine learning, keeping in mind that the consumers of the data want their data to be secure. They also want to trust this application. So these factors are really very important. And keeping those in mind, there have been multiple approaches to achieve this data transparency and data governance. And definitely, explainable AI is one of them. Reason is that, for considering from the business perspective, if you are taking business decisions basis the uh, outputs from a model, you really need to have that trust. And also, when you're building explainable AI, data transparency is really very important. And you can't say that you can implement data transparency just by building proper channels, like ethical channels of data. Building ethical models is also very important. And there's one concept of federated deep learning where explainable AI is, I mean, it's like conjugated with each other, where we are trying to minimize what we do and how we process our data. And then we also try to understand how we can make our models more aware, so that end users who don't know the technicalities of what you're doing can understand what your model actually does. They don't blind, because nobody will blindly trust any application in today's self-aware world. So, a lot about explainable AI. Everybody, I hope, has understand what explainable AI is, what are the dynamics of it. Now the question is, how do I create it? Well, it's pretty simple, but first let's understand what does LIME stand for. LIME is basically a novel library that was developed by three amazing folks that helps us interpret our existing models, and be it any model. It stands for local, interpretable, model agnostic explanations. Well, that's a lot of words, but what it actually means is that it's trying to help you understand a local view of your model, and it does that for any model. Like, what's better than that? Let's take a moment to appreciate the creators of Lime who have made our life a little more simpler. And let's like again revisiting this concept of what explainable model is going to do for you. It's going to augment your existing learning process, and it's going to help you build a new learning process for your machine learning, where your output is not just an output, but it's also the reasons why your output is. Let's take a scenario that you're trying to identify dogs and cats, and traditional pipelines would say that, okay, I am 93% sure that this is a cat, and you're pretty fine with it. But when cases there is like your model is not very sure, and you say that 48% I'm sure that this is a cat, you'll be perplexed as to what threshold I should set for my classifier for the final outputs. And you'll be maybe thinking that whether I should trust this answer. Now, when you have reasons along with your output that this is a cat because it has fur, whiskers, and claws, and these are the features that are contributing to calling it a cat, you'll be pretty sure that, oh, yeah, this is exactly how I process that this is a cat, and this is exactly how my model is understanding that this is a cat. And it helps you build more responsible models. So the idea is that when you're calling a Labrador, these are the features that are contributing to calling it a Labrador. And that's what any normal person would actually try to understand. Now, this might sound a little counterintuitive, but you'll understand why I'm stressing over this in the coming slides. So, but first, before we go there and look at more real world examples, it's very important to understand that how is this library helping mimic what the human mind decisioning is doing, right? It's actually very simple, and it's a couple of mathematical functions. So the first thing that we do in this entire process is we learn another model on top of your existing model. So let's take an example that we are building a classifier. So when you're trying to explain that classifier, you learn another classifier on that existing one. And how you do that is you generate a new data by permutation of your input data, because we're trying to project a local view of that model and not a generic view. And once we have done that, we do the predictions on this new data, and hence it's called local fidelity. Now, an interesting aspect of this entire process is that when you're generating the new permutation of data, more weight is actually put on the data that is similar to that. Now, let's understand this with a little more detail. So let's say that this marked in red is the actual test data that we're trying to explain. Let's call it xi. And M is our model, which we call the classifier. Now, if you see this view of the data, it's very complex and it's definitely non-linear. So you wouldn't understand in entirety what your model is doing. But if you pick each aspect of your model and divide your data into certain groups and try to explain those groups, you will be able to have a more local and a linear view of the data. So what we do is that we take samples around xi, right? That is what the permutation of data means. Then we weigh these samples, which are marked as x, according to their distance from this particular sample xi. Then we learn a simple model, again a classifier, on these weighted samples, and then we use that model to explain. So what you are doing is that taking the individual local views, you are generating and getting a holistic view of what your model is doing, where it is possibly going wrong. So everybody would be thinking, okay, that I understand that, and you would have implemented way many non-linear and linear models. But what's the secret sauce? It's actually basic math. So line uses something called as locality aware loss. Now, it takes in two things as parameters to understand. First one being the unfaithfulness of the model, and second is the complexity of the model. Now, what it tries to does is that it always tries to minimize this locality aware loss by estimating the unfaithfulness of the model and the complexity. Now, complexity for a model can be understood. Let's say you are implementing a decision tree. So complexity of your model is the depth of your decision tree. And if you're implementing a simpler model like a linear model, it will be the number of non-zero weights that are there. And this is something that it implicitly understands by given the classifier that we are trying to explain. But what is unfaithfulness of the model? Like literal terms, it's pretty clear, but how do we mathematically interpret it? So it's nothing but it's a function where what we are trying to approximate, let's say is F is basically the permutation of, F is the data point that we are trying to estimate for. G is a model that we are trying to explain. So we are trying to take a permutation of the data, which is pi of x, and we are trying to estimate how bad the model can perform in that local data point set. That is the locality aware loss, which is termed as the unfaithfulness of the model, and it's added with the complexity of the model, and this together becomes the locality aware loss. Now that's too much math for today. Let's move on to understand why should I use LIME in the first place. I mean, I was doing just fine with my traditional methods of evaluating my model, and I mean, things have been pretty fine so far. So why would you want to do that? So if you look at the traditional approaches, right, there's a lot of EDA that's involved, there's a lot of data analysis that's involved, and way too many model performance evaluation metrics are out there. But what these methods do not provide you is that however you try, you cannot comprehend the decision boundary of your models when you're changing the nature of your inputs when it comes to more complexer models. And you do not have insight on the feature importance for new data points that are coming in when the complexity of your models is increasing. And that's exactly where we are heading as we are moving towards more complexer model. Now, where line comes in is that first thing it's giving you is interpretability. Second thing is that it's making it easy for you to understand the decision boundary. By decision boundary, we are trying to see how the model actually took that decision. So if you see that a cat is a cat, there'll be some distinctive features that you deem important for it to call a cat. And that's what line does for you as well. The third most important thing is that it's model agnostic. Give it any model, line does the job for you. Local fidelity, definitely a plus point. And the fourth one, being really fundamental to this entire concept of explainability, is locally approximate the global model. We're not looking at solving the bigger picture, but picking up local groups and using those to approximate how the model is actually performing globally. Now, we've seen what our line can do. Line is pretty good. Now let's dive into see what our line can actually do, and then we look at different use cases on a couple of data sets to help you understand what and how you can also do it. So just a quick picture and comparison of how traditional approach looks like and how line can change the entire machine learning game for you. So traditionally, if you're doing digit classification in order to evaluate your outputs, what you do is that you will do a TSNE plot to understand the data groups. But when your data gets bigger, your test data set pool is so large, you can't make out much from these images. I mean, it will give you some idea on the clusters and whether on a broader level it's working fine. But when you're looking at certain outliers, you'll be perplexed as to why my 8 is being misinterpreted as 3. So let's move to line, where you see that your observation is 50% sure that your 8 is predicted as 3. The reason why 8 is being called as 3 is because of this structure towards the right. So now when you see such cases in your model, you definitely know that your model hasn't seen enough samples of such kind and it needs to be retrained or augmented with more such data so that it does not make that mistake. Similar to how you would teach a child the difference between a 3 and 8 is how you would teach it to a model as well. You feed in more data and that's how a model will learn better. So by now, we definitely know that Lime works for images really well, but it also works for texts, it works for tabular data. And for each of these data types, we have explainer classes that we can use on top of our existing models. So in terms of text, it will actually help you understand what are the words, what are the tokens rather, which are contributing to something being classified, let's say as a hate speech or a non-hate speech. When it comes to images, we've clearly seen that it helps us identify the pixels, or I would say a blob of pixels, which contribute to something being called as a cat or a dog or whatever classes we are trying to focus on. And in tabular data, we'll basically understand what weighted combination of columns is going in our regressor or any kind of classifier. So we can understand the importance of columns which are contributing to our final outputs. So let's start with digit classification. One of the most, the first basic classification that anyone would do when they're starting out in machine learning. So let's look at the application. For anyone who wants to actually look at it in greater detail, you can visit this URL. All collab notebooks for the session are linked there, and there are a couple of exercises and resources for you to study. So you can go here and look at the links and also try out in greater detail. So let's move forward. So let's say that we have set up a simple pipeline for a decision tree classifier to identify our digits. And once our pipeline is set up, what we do is we create an explainer object. Now, explainer object in this case is an image explainer. Now, since it's an image, we would also need to define some segmentation algorithm which would help us mark these blob of pixels. Now, these segmentation algorithms are of multiple types. I'll be discussing this in detail. But for now, let's take quickshift, which is the most quicker one. Now, this max distance equal to 200 is what you want your permutation of data points to be. Like if you want, how far you're looking for that particular local area. Then test index is the sample that you want to test for. I mean, you can imagine that there is a data set that is indexed and you're choosing a test data set that you want to explain. Now, once you've created your explainer object, we call the explain instance function. We pass our test object. We pass our classifier, the original classifier, on top of which a new model will be run, and the number of classes your classifier has. Then we also pass the number of samples. This is the number of samples that it will pick in that particular maximum distance that you've defined. And you pass the segmentation object as well. Now, once you've done that, you'll see output something similar to this. Now, if you look at it, something that is actually a 6 and is also looking like a 0, you can actually see the highlighted pixels to understand that why this is happening. And in some cases, there'll be no apparent reason for why a 6 might look like 4. Now, these kind of indications help you understand that your model is learning something really different than what you had intended it to learn. And that's when you will go ahead and change things at the data site instead of wasting your time tuning the hyperparameters or trying multiple other models when you've already implemented the best model out there. So that's what the beauty of explainability, that you actually understand what decision boundaries your model is learning. Now, what exactly happened inside this entire pipeline is that when you feed in the variations or perturbations of your data set, you are giving it a local environment focused on that particular test point. Now, when that new data set is generated that contains all that permutations of that particular test set, you build a local model and you're trying to understand that if I give all things of the same type, which are similar to this, how well can my model decipher? So what exactly it does is that it's essentially training the same classifier, but that classifier is an interpretable one, and it's trained on the weighted samples of your test index. Now, that's about a simple application of I would say image classifiers, where we have delved into machine learning. I'd also like to give you an example of deep learning, which is more complex. And let's start with a simple example. So on the screen, you see there's wolves and dogs. Now, if you want to build a classifier that differentiates between wolves and dogs, it'd be a very simple task. You will pick up any pre-trained CNN and given your data set, and you will just retrain with the new data. That's all you'll do, right? But one fundamental thing that we would want to also look at is that wolves are predominantly found in the outside environment, whereas dogs are found in both outside and indoor environments. So what do you think would go wrong with this model? There could be misinterpreted outputs, or there could be a case that a dog is identified as a wolf. So in those cases, what generally we would do is that we would add more samples of a certain kind to make it better. But let me show you an interesting case study of the original authors that were done. So a classifier was built to differentiate between wolves and dogs. And when they actually saw why the model was doing certain number of misinterpretations, they found out that to differentiate between wolves and dogs, the model was just learning the background pretty well. So well that it was able to identify most of them apart from a couple of dogs and wolves. And that's when you know that your model performs really well, but essentially the decision that, or I would say the decision boundary of the model is fundamentally wrong, right? And that saves you a lot of time, and it also gives you a clear understanding of what you need to do to make it right and fix it. So let's see deep learning in action for um, explainability. So here also the same class will be used. It's essentially very simple to implement image explainers. So the first thing that we see here is that we have a deep learning model. We are using Inception v3, and the checkpoint directory is nothing but where our model is mounted. It's a pre-trained model, and we're just retraining it on the given number of data. Now, once we have the predictions and the probabilities that are there, I'll not delve into the criticalities of how it's implemented, but I'll move to how the explainability aspect of this works. So we have an explainer. We explain that particular instance, and I want to delve deep on how the outputs look like. So if you see, we're trying to identify dogs and cats. Now, the reason why dog is called a dog is because of the regions in the dog. There's nothing related to a cat that's contributing to a dog. So you're very sure that my model works fine. So in a little more detail, the reason why a dog is called as a dog, you can actually segment out the areas and visualize what aspects of your data were contributing to it. Now, you've seen digits, you've also seen machine learning and deep learning aspects. What about NLP? NLP is something that's widely used in today's world. And if that is also supported by Lime, what's better than that? So we'll be looking at Stack Overflow data set, and we'll be seeing that how can I understand the classification, the contribution of certain tokens into a particular classifier. So let's just assume that we have built a logistic regression model and we already have a model in place. The line text explainer, what it does is that it only, like essentially you need to pass the same arguments. You can also pass a feature selection algorithm. Generally, if you pass it as an auto, it will pick it basis whatever are the important features. But you can also choose to explain your model basis only a subset of your features. Now, once you call the explain instance class, what you pass here is same thing, the text instance, your classifier, what are the labels, the number of features is the classes. Here, the distance metric is cosine basis. I mean, you can pass different ones and try it out. That's an exercise that I'll leave for you to try out. And once you do all of this, how the actual outputs are explained is, let's say if we say that a particular question belongs to SQL or it belongs to Python, how you differentiate what are the words that are contributing to it is SQL. So if it's a SQL statement, it's SQL, date, and query. These are the words that are contributing to it. So if you see, this becomes like these kind of applications will be really helpful when you are resolving customer queries through automated chatbots. That's when you would want to see that how are my queries getting routed to different subsections or are getting routed to different departments if you're using an auto classifier to do that. And what also a good thing about it is that you can have a lot of different graphics coupled together in the text itself. So let's say if you're trying to present your model or you're trying to present your application for a business use case to people out there, or you're pitching your idea, proving that your model is explainable and it's trustable is going to give you a lot of credibility, and people are going to start trusting your AI more than they actually do. Because not everyone can understand the mathematics of machine learning, but they can definitely understand that your model's machine learning aspect and your model's decisioning process is very informed. And that's all that we want for our end users, that they should trust what they are using. Another interesting example is that this is a very famous data set where they're trying to differentiate between atheism and Christianity. So the words that contribute to atheism are mentioned and Christianity are also highlighted. And all these kind of things basically help you understand that if certain words are very important to say that this particular extract is talking about Christianity, you will be very sure that your model is working in a certain way. And when it comes to real world data sets like customer support, or you see these bots on Twitter, so these kind of things will, like, it'll be very easy to do an analysis on your existing model, and you will be able to plan when to retrain your model and how to retrain your model at what frequencies. That's what explainable AI is for. Now, I've added a couple of resources for you to explore. Check out this library. SHAP is also another similar library which helps you build more graphical explanations, but that's more on the regression side. And a great recommendation for anyone who's interested in exploring this field further is this book by Christoph Molnar. It's a great book, and it's going to give you a lot of insight into why black box modeling and explainable AI is such a big deal. And let's conclude and understand what we have learned today. So we know that Lime as a library and explainable AI as a concept is helping us build trust It's also helping us build a transparent AI. So it helps us improve the public perception of our application. And the best thing is that when you're improving, you're improving your model, it's through an informed feedback. It's not like you are just implementing random hyperparameters, right? You know what you are doing, and you know when to make a change in data, when to change your model. And the best thing that I personally love is that these explanations are very short, they are very selective, and they're very easy to interpret. I mean, the graphical explanations could anytime be used for a presentation, just straight out of the library itself. And the downside of this library, one thing I'd say is that the complexity of the explanation model has to be defined in advance, which is basically how many number of samples you are trying to take, or what is the decision boundary, like the permutation of the samples, the maximum distance. These parameters are something that you can tune to get the best explanations. So that's why I say that we've come a long way, but there's a very long way to also go. So, in short, we have learned that don't just trust the models without explanations. If your classifiers are working really good, don't trust it as this might just be learning the background. And obviously, interpreting a machine's intelligence is really tough, even for humans as well, right? You don't know what's happening if you look at if you look at 1 lakh weights of your deep learning model. It'll be very difficult to interpret how is it happening. Also, for business centric use cases, which are actually dealing with real world data, we must ensure that explainability is kept in mind, and that's what is it's going to drive the adoption of that particular application. Also, let's look at what's my take on future of interpretability and where we are today. So definitely in the coming years, the focus will be on model agnostic interpretability tools. Like similar to Line, there are multiple other focus tools that have come up for specifically for the deep learning space. And definitely machine learning will be automated, but it will be with interpretability. And currently, if we think about it, we do not analyze the um, models that much that than what we do analyze our data, right? So there is a need to also analyze the models in greater detail. So when you're trying to test whether model A or B is better, right now we're just using decisioning metrics. We're not using any model decisioning boundaries or how informed the model is. So we need to have statistical tests for this, and that's where we'll be moving, and that's what we'll be seeing in the coming years as well. And interpretability is the next boom that we're going to see in the machine learning research space. So that's all for today. Couple of references for the original paper, the GitHub link. Do check it out if you're interested. And that's all. I'm open for any questions. And thank you for attending the session. Any questions, please?
We welcome questions. If at all there are any questions, please feel free to share them in the chat. We would be very glad to share it with Laisha, and she will be more than happy to answer it. That was a very uh, lovely session, the demonstration on interoperability, and as she summarized, we shouldn't trust models without explanations.
Correct. It was quite an informative session on black box modeling and how the graphical explanations are so comprehensive. So, moving ahead, leadership is such an important skill for everyone. Taking ownership, stepping up is a critical skill we should all inculcate. But we should also know how to balance it. So let's hear it from Ruchika Bhargav, who will be sharing her take on balancing expectations as a leader. So give it up for Ruchika Bhargav.
Hello, good evening, everyone. A very warm welcome to the session. And I must not say warm because it's already very warm in India, I think, throughout the country. But welcome to the session hosted here, and thanks for the organizers. Today, talking about balancing expectations as a leader. And I'm here to present and talk a bit more about it. I play currently a market delivery partner role for ThoughtWorks India, being in an industry for long. So let's get into it and go more from here. Let's talk about, and let me just throw a question out here. What is expectation, by the way? I'll give maybe a 20 seconds for people to type in. What is an expectation? Okay, I see no one typing. Let's hold on. Expectation for anything. Pre-assumption. Okay, I see requirements of team members. So, as a leader, I think let me now set expectations and balance expectations for this session. So, what should you be knowing and taking away from the session today? Knowing what are the expectations. Some are said, some are unsaid. What is the impact of the unsaid ones? And then learn the idea and the art of balancing those expectations, from taking from some examples, some of the real life scenarios, and how do you go further from it. So this is the expectation out of the session as well for you to learn. So going further, what is an expectation? Expectation is in an event of uncertainty, there is something we are hoping that would occur and which is likely to happen. That is our expectation. Now, this expectation, I'll talk in the work context to begin with. And one thing that I do want to call out, right? If you look at the various dysfunctions of team or any of the failure stories, especially if you look at, right, one of the biggest obstacles for high performance in organization comes from unclear expectations and accountability. I was hoping that you would do it. I hoped you knew it. Or I did not knew that you did not knew it, right? These are few of the statements you might hear on and off, but these all represent unclear expectations. So let me go deeper into it. Expectations from a work context, I have put under two brackets, calling performance expectations from any team member or leader, or you are working as an employee in any organization. And then there are behavioral expectations in a professional setup, right? In terms of performance, you're talking about results, you're talking about outcomes, you're talking about maybe a certain SLA or utilization or productivity from your performance expected. And whereas there is the behavior expectation, you are being respectful, you have client empathy, you have empathy towards team members, you have respect and are integrated within the culture. Those are like the behavioral expectations you would hear on and off uh, from your leaders, right? And what are like the stakeholder expectations? So let's put it this way, right? If I were to put a leader right now at the center of the universe, there are several expectations we are talking about from coming from several people. There are stakeholders, there are team members, there are other leaders, there are peers that would be there, right? So begin from stakeholders, right? I think these are well like called out and well aware of as well, right? On time delivery for any of the projects that you're delivering, or an unsaid one, that you're delivering more than what's being said or carved as a scope, that you're sticking to budget, and you're being transparent as well if you're blocked or things are not going the right way, right? These are like some of the expectations you would hear. there are team expectations as well for a leader. To begin with, in terms of clarity, is there a clear set of goals that you have mentioned to them? Have you been clear and setting their goals? What are you hoping them to do, rather than waiting for the last moment to say, oh, I thought you knew this. You are There is an expectation for like giving fair opportunity in terms of growth, in terms of challenging work. There is also an expectation of appreciation and praise, which I think is very, very less done right now. There is also an expectation from the team in terms of involvement, uh, in terms of also keeping commitment. So if you had said like you would like, if I work on this weekend, possibly next weekend I do not need to work. If as a leader you set that expectation, please keep up to the commitment. Also, another thing I do want to call out is a timely and a constructive feedback. I think this is again less noticed or less acknowledged, but it is very important. If something is going wrong, if it is not said at the very moment with the right data set point, it does not, it dilutes the meaning. At a later, giving a constructive feedback might come as not, it's not actionable basically. And one of the biggest ones for the leader is standing up for the team. You have the back of the team when things go wrong. You take care of that failure. You are standing for the team, right? This is another team expectation. Now there are also expectations that you have from team. So there are like these expectations flowing two-way, right? You are expecting the team to perform well. You are expecting them to deliver. You do not want to micromanage. You do want them to stick to the timelines and keep the team lead informed if things again are not on the right track. And if these expectations are not met as well, I think one of the things that we start to see is either anger or frustration, and other things start to build to a conflict mode as well in the coming moments, right? So let me talk about like impact of expectation mismatch or expectations unsaid. And I have just called out CABS, which is conflicts, there is anxiety, there is burnout, there is stress. And these are like, if I look at any project deliveries, right, especially if I see on a day to day, and I'm talking referring to the software deliveries at this moment, right, where we are saying if the scope increase last minute, and I was submissive enough to accept that scope as well, there is expectation now and a stress starts to build on the team to deliver it as well, which again at some point could burn out the team. There would be conflicts as well. Why are we doing this? Sometimes there are heated exchanges that happen as well, right? So these are some of the things we start to see when there is an expectation mismatch and things are not being called out. uh, then what's so hard, right? We all know this, right? Expectations are there, some are said, some are unsaid, and some are written down as well. But then what's so hard for the leader? I think there are a couple of things I do want to call out. One, learning to say no, right? Learning to say no is hard, and the most important thing is when. So if someone is asking and planning for something, a deliverable on a Friday evening, right, a go live on a Friday evening, I think there is a moment to say no, that you won't be able to support. And people, and we have to be respectful about the boundaries, respectful about people's availability as well. Can we say a no to the stakeholders? If not, let's try and sit and understand what is it that is so important from a client deliverable or client business point of view, that it has to happen there and then. Because you have to, as a leader, say a yes or a no, or provide explanation to either side, right? Whether you have to tell it to your team or you have to tell it to the stakeholder, and you need to know the perspectives, you need to find that balance. Also, there is an important thing around setting those expectation and building consensus, and that's where at the center you see yourself as a leader, and you are seeing this, that there is a place where something is going unbalanced, there's something, it could be additional scope, and then there is something I need to do in terms of building that consensus. And what it might be, right, is the expectation to be set, is it to stretch or is it to strain? And I think it's an important thing to understand. If you are stretching someone in with additional responsibility, is it for their own growth, is it for their potential that you're doing, or are you straining people, and people might burn out soon due to it, right? And this is something that, this is hard and this is to be understood, and I think this is learning, and that you go on the ground and you experience, and you, I think a lot of self reflection that you need to do for your own self as well. How could I have handled this situation better? When can I say no, or whom can I say no, or what did go wrong when? uh, and let me come back to like calling out, like how to do this art of balancing, right? How do I prevent this gap from between the perception and reality? I'll talk about a little story, and we follow agile methodology for project deliveries, and one of the daily rituals is stand-ups, right? For stand-ups, there is expectation everyone from the team would attend stand-ups on time, right? And there is an unsaid one as well, which is everyone will be punctual on time. Now, there was a situation in my team. A person was delayed every day in the stand up that I started to notice one day by 2-3 minutes, which meant they were possibly missing the updates from the first or the second person who had already given their updates. Now, what starts to happen is I have an expectation for this person to come on time at 10. I did not say it. I started to notice it, and it starts to build a sort of a bias in my head to begin with. I start to be judgmental after some time, and in my head, I start to also notice and say, now, next day, I'm almost betting this person is going to be late as well, because and in my head I play back and say, look, I said, right, this person will be late. Now there came a moment where I thought to pause and do some expectation management with this person. And I think this is a moment, I would say, when you are doing expectation management, you should be ready to listen. This is a very important key as well, that we as leaders we possibly forget, that when we are expecting setting expectations, we are telling others how they should either behave or perform, etc. We should be ready to hear their perspective or their reality as well. So when I go to this person and tell them that, I'm I do not pass on a direct feedback, rather say all the team members are in the stand up by 10, and I have been seeing that you are possibly delayed, you might be missing like their updates, etc. This person tells me that they have to drop their mother for the hospital treatment at a certain time every day to the hospital, and they are stuck in the traffic, and no matter what they do, they have been delayed by 2 to 5 minutes every day. This was a moment for her as a leader as well, that I think I had to do a expectation setting for myself as well, and maybe with the other team members. Stop being judgmental, look back, reflect back, and maybe we said, let's start the stand up by 10:10. That gives an opportunity to be inclusive. It gives an opportunity for me to not be judgmental about others, and also having that expectation that the person next time should called out due to any personal conflicts or commitments, if cannot make to a certain ritual or team ceremony, they should be open to call that out, right? So I think this is just an example to show that this happens and we possibly keep a lot of things inside us. We don't speak those out. And slowly and slowly, like going back to what I said, like cabs, there starts to build that stress and anxiety and conflict in our heads to begin with, and then with the person too. Also, a point to touch on is like communicate. It is very also important that we over communicate. We There is like, no matter what, there is a big illusion. There is a big illusion of the communication, right? That's called out, saying it seems to have happened. It is not. So if there is an unrealistic timeline, if there is some unhelpful pressure that is coming from stakeholders or from leaders, it is important to communicate back. Maybe there is some action happens on it, maybe not. But as a leader, if you have not spoken about it, I think that's the thing that you might be missing today. Also, something to call out as a leader is anticipate problems, no matter how prepared we are. I think there is many things that we can't control, whether it could be people's availability, whether it could be tech challenges, unprecedented things that we have seen in last years or so, right? We should be able to anticipate that problems and be ready to communicate about those as well. Why am I saying this, right? When we start to anticipate those problems and we start to think of those risks, we start to manage expectations for the customers or the for the stakeholders as well. The example, if you look on the slide, right, we say, and we are going to deliver the entire feature and the product in 3 months. What we end up doing is we are releasing a beta version in a prototype state, right? And the stakeholders could be like surprised what was planned, what happened, right? So it is very important that we manage those expectations as well. There's also a tip and a trick to share here is to challenge and reset expectations, right? Sometimes we are put into a prioritization mode, and everything, when we say like please prioritize, everything is priority one, right? Everything is a urgent and a high priority, right? There is a way to say, right, I can take care of that task for you, but can we swap with something else? Can we trade off with something else? And give them that control to say, here are two things that you want me to do, here are my team members, here is the time and the scope we have, please tell me which is more important for you, we will take care of that delivery first. Initially this discussion might seem very hard. You might feel, how should I approach, what should I be saying? I think over the time people learn, and there is also the sake with the stakeholders, the transparency factor that starts to build with this as well. Also, something to share in addition to this is informing with data points, right? Something also to call out. Sometimes we communicate these expectations, but our words should not be in terms of threatening. We should not be saying things in a very harsh or rude tone, and the volume matters as well. So, when we are putting things on the table, let's be mindful. There could be things which are not known to us. There are things which we might not understand others' perspectives, others' reality. So, if you have seen something, if you are worried about something, see, I saw the report of the iteration this week, and I'm worried that we are not meeting our velocity. This is a way possibly to put across, rather saying the teams doesn't seem to perform well. I see the velocity is dropping every time, right? What the team leader hears or the tech lead hears from this also matters, and then it starts to reflect and they open up to share with you as well. In terms of remote, can't be emphasized more here. It is harder. It is more and more communication, more and more feedback. You need to give and receive feedback. That's very important as well. you have to also keep an open mind to receive and hear the expectations you might be setting up for someone might not be realistic as well. And then how do you align with them and build consensus is important too. So I will leave folks with some food for thought over here, saying, reflect back after the session, right? What are your expectations? Have these expectations been said? Have you spoken about these expectations to your team, to your leaders? Are these realistic? And definitely, we would have been disappointed or frustrated with some of the expectations not met in the past, right? What did you learn from this disappointment? Would that disappointment would have gone away if you had communicated it earlier? And what would you do better next time? So few things to reflect on and learn from here. And thank you so much for attending the session. Hope it was relevant.
Very well said, Ruchika. Great pointers there for thinking ahead. Unclear expectations and accountability have a high impact on the productivity of the team. So, imagining and managing expectations is critical to our success. We hope this helps you look closely into the expectations that we are setting with people around us and make good use of it, strategize, and take it forward in a planned manner.
Yes, Usha, absolutely. So the this art of balancing explained by Ruchika, taking a pause and thinking of consequences is something we all should be implementing in our day-to-day lives for becoming an inclusive and a great leader.
Absolutely. Now, enough of all of this. Now, do you want to grab some swags, all of you? Time for that.
Yes, so it's the fun time. So all of you might be wondering how you can do that. So you can win a lot of swags and goodies in the icebreaker. So are you all ready? Because Padma Priya and Priyal are. These ambassadors from WTM Madurai and WTM Indore will definitely keep you at the edge of your seats with their questions. So get ready to grab amazing swags by being the first one to answer. So, all the best to all of you out there.
All
All
the
the
best.
best.
Hope you all win lots of swags.
Thank you, Usha and Sanchita, for introducing us. Hello, everyone. Very happy to see you, enthusiastic participants. Warm greetings of the day to all of you. I'm Padma Priya R, Women Techmakers Ambassador for Madurai, and I'm a software test engineer with 6+ years of working experience. And here with me, I have Priyal, and we bring so much fun and networking to all of you. Hi, Priyal.
Hey everyone, hi Padma Priya. I'm Priyal Jain. I'm Women Techmakers India Ambassador and co-organizer at GDG Cloud Indore. Also, I'm a front-end developer having 3+ of years in IT industry. I'm pretty sure that you all are excited about this icebreaker session activities. Can we just a raise of hands or show you energies, excitements? How are you feeling now? Good. Let's some handsome comments. Anyone? We are yet to begin.
Yes, people are putting their comments in the chat. So happy to see the enthusiastic participants. So happy to see your energy, guys. And me and Priyal have come up with yet another interesting activity for you all with today icebreaker session. And both of us will be communicating with you through the chat box. So get ready, be active. Without further delay, let's move on to the warming up activity. Yes, this is very quick warm up exercise and we hope you all like teasing your brain. Don't worry, this is not our actual activity. The interesting one is yet to come. Before that, let's do this warming up activity. So, ready to go?
Yes.
Yes, yeah. Here
And
is the
amazing.
yes, Priyal, go ahead.
Thanks, Padma Priya. So I am about to tell the instructions as well. So thank you, Padma Priya, for over to me. Happy to see the comments. And as we are proceeding with the instructions, so what you just need to go for a brain teaser puzzle will show in the next slides. You have can take 15 to 20 seconds to think answer for each puzzle. Tell us your answer in the chat box and good luck.
Yes. Can we have our first brain puzzle, Priyal? Here is the first question. So, as you see in the slide, 84% of people reading this will not find a mistake in this. So, people look at the series carefully and put the answer in the chat box. Let's wait for the answer. Priyal, do you get any idea?
Let me think, Padma Priya. I am totally confused about it. What is the answer?
Okay. Parvi Agarwal said, Sairam commenting. Can we
People are
have more
starting the
hands?
comments.
Yes. Yes. People are answering. Many people have commented correct answer. Yes. Let's now the answer is the repeated twice. So if we look at the question properly, so the word repeated twice. Yes, we got you. This is little challenging to our brain. Yes, Priya. We can move to next person.
Amazing. Now we are moving on to the next question, which is what do the following words have in common? Axis, banana, dresser, grammar, potato, revive, uneven, wododo. What do you think? I know it's a bit tricky, but I am very sure that you will find this answer very quickly. You have a few seconds to go. Please write down in your comment section below. What words in common between this? Should we show some clue to help you to get the answer?
Yes, Priya, it would help them if you could give the clues.
It is more than having letter repeated in each one, as people are saying in the comments as well. Great. So what will be the answer now? It should be quick. Padma Priya, I'm sure you have guessed it.
Yes, I guessed it. And
Repeating alphabets, you are very close to that. One more. Hurry up.
and Sahil Rahman commented, if you move the first letter to the end of the word, it forms the same word backwards.
Amazing. Okay, so now I am revealing the answer. As you got it right, if you take the first letter and move it to the last of the word, you will get the same word when you read backwards. For example, in Access, you will take the alphabet A and put in the last, and when you read, it will get the same pronunciation. Well done, folks. You got it right.
That's really interesting. Now let's move on to the next puzzle. Yes. This is find who am I question. So the question is I have legs but no water and I have roads but no cars. What I am? People, please find the answer and put it in the chat box. It's very easy question. Many of people started answering. Himanshi Singh, Yuki, Babaji official. Wow. Many people have commented correctly. It's really good to see the answers coming up in the chat box. Yes, Priya, we can reveal the answer. Yes,
It's
the
amazing.
answer.
Map.
Yes, the answer is map. So map has lakes but no water, and it has road but no cars. So Priya, shall we move to our main activity?
Great. And he's happy to see the comments that each of many of you got it right. The answer is its map. Amazing, and we did that. Congratulations to all of you who won this. And we have many more puzzles to come. So stay tuned with more instructions.
Shall we move to next activity? Yeah. So this is our main activity. It is connection game. We can call it as descriptive game. And we have instructions for you to play this game. We will tell you what you are going to find by seeing the images. Example, the answer which you are going to find may be a leader or an invention or a thing, etc. So there will be a common connection between images, and then we will start showing images one by one. For each image, we will give you 10 seconds. So connect the pictures to form a word, and please use the chat box generously to share your answers. We will highlight a few interesting answers.
Great. Now it's you have to guess the person name. Who is the first woman went to the space and was among the 23 astronauts selected for NASA? And here's the image. Any guesses?
Priyal, can we have any clues for them?
Yes, Padma Priya, I have clue. It's an Indian woman who went to the space, was among the 23 astronauts selected for NASA.
Great. Many people are answering. Shrishti and Mani, Mansi, Swalika, everyone answered. Can we reveal the answer?
Yeah, it is Kalpana Chawla.
Amazing. Let's move to our next connection game. Yeah, this is a second connection game. And in this slide, there is a strong connection between these two pictures, which leads to a person. So find out the common connection between these two images. So the answer will be a person. Okay. Oh, many people answering. Still, can we have clues, please?
Yeah, sure. People are very intelligent, Padma Priya.
Yes. Yeah, she. It is an Indian female woman who won the first gold medal. Yes. Still, we can reveal the answer as many of the people answered correctly.
Yes.
Yes, that is none other than Mary Kom. So she is the first Indian woman to win a boxing at the Asian Games. Yes, Priya, we can move to our next connection game.
Let's jump to the next. It's a part of computer. I'm sure it's a very basic and very easy. Many of you has already got it. What would be the answer? It's a part of computer. You have to guess. What is it? Any guesses? Hurry up.
Uh, CPU, it's not the right answer. Vishal commented motherboard. Punita motherboard. Aisha said motherboard. Many people have commented correct answers.
Yeah, it's very easy. It's motherboard.
That's amazing. Well tried. Priel, can we move to our next connection game? Participants, we hope you all are enjoying it. And yeah, this is a fourth connection game, and this is a very simple connection game. Try to join these three pictures. So you need to guess the theme. If you are following our social media pages, definitely you would have seen it. Empowerment, not. That is not the right
It's
answer.
not perfection.
Punita said progress, not perfection. Cool. Sahil, progress, not perfection. Can we have more answers? Empowerment is not the right answer. Yes, the answer is progress, not perfection. We appreciate if you could share your thoughts on progress, not perfection in the chat. And let me also tell you, when we focus too much on perfection, we start worrying at every step. Our focus shifts to the possible criticism and failure. Then we become roadblock for our own progress. But if we strive for progress, we start to succeed faster. If you have any thought other than this, please do tell us in the chat box. Priyal, do you have any thought other than this?
I'm only saying that we are currently in progress and we can't be perfect on anything. People learning and growing and achieving their goals. That's it.
Right, true, Priyal.
So now we are moving on to our last question, which is an invention. Any guesses when people are sitting with the laptop and the Twitter logo is here, what is that invention? What did he invented and what is that particular invention? Any guesses? Please do write in the comment below. I hope Padma Priya you found it.
Yes, I guessed it. And Nikhil
You were
and
very close to it.
yes, all are telling social media, Twitter. No, social media is not the right answer. And Twitter is also not the right answer. But you people are close to the answer. No, internet is not the right answer. Prayal, can we reveal the answer, please?
Yeah. It's a hashtag. Hashtag is connected by Chris Messina, who has invented the hashtag not only on Twitter, it's any social media platform. And Twitter is a part of any social media platform. So I know it's a bit tricky for all of you, but that is challenging one.
So we believe you all enjoyed the session. Please tell us your thought and comments and in the chat box. We would love to see that. We hope you had a great time solving these puzzles and Priyal and me really enjoyed putting this together for you. Hope you have a rest of the afternoon. Thank you. Thank you,
Thank
Priyal.
you, everyone. I hope you had a great, interesting, fun session.
So let's begin to the other activity there. Thanks Usha, Sachita, Priyal, and Padma Priya for keeping all of us seated. I definitely had a lot of fun. In the first half, especially the talk by Ruchika on balancing expectations as a leader. Also, Laisha didn't leave any stones untouched to extract that wow feeling from me. Well, well. It was a super fun. What did you like the most in the first half, Shwangi? Was it fun?
I would say I loved all of it, and all of you in the chat can let us know what part you liked in the first half of the session. And I loved the surfing part, although I'm afraid of water, but I would really like to surf one day. And the quiz was really insightful. I got to learn a lot of things I didn't know.
Oh, that's nice. So, hey all, a warm welcome to all of everyone who tuned in just now, and good evening to all of you. I am Gaurav, a co-organizer of GDG New Delhi, currently working as a software engineer at Tesco. I, along with Shivangi, are tuning in from the capital city, New Delhi, and are going to be your host for today.
Hi, folks. I'm Shubhangi, and I'm a co-organizer of GDG Noida, and I'm WTM ambassador. I work as a DevRel at the art company, and I'm a co-founder of Rahi. I'm really pumped to host you all today. Okay, so without any further ado, let's jump into the session. So, Gaurav, since you have been in tech for a good time, tell me about a time when you were solving a problem and you made significant progress.
Well, yes, a few times when I'm actually there are a few times when I actually satisfied with the progress I made, but most of the time I just thinking about like how could I make it better and have a better impact from my work. It's always a tough work for me to just tackle this one, like comparing to bug fixes.
That's understandable. Well, don't you worry. We have our next session at your rescue. This session will give you frameworks and a brief overview on how to think in terms of outcomes and sense them early on to achieve meaningful progress. Let's welcome our speaker, Mr. Shubham Pachori. Shubham has successfully built, launched, and monetized over 5 enterprise B2B SaaS products in the domain of supply chain and fintech. Over to you, Shubham.
Hello, folks. Thanks, Shubhangi, for the introduction. Thanks, Gaurang. Uh, Perfect, guys. I guess you guys are all set. Uh, just let me know in the comments how many of you are techies, pure engineers, how many of you are designers here and PMs here. Just keep that coming on in chat. I myself, I am a engineer at heart, and by education, I transitioned into product management early on in my career after 3 years of being a full-time engineer. I have dabbled with design. I have dabbled with a lot of things around product. Currently, I focus on heading all the products at shipments, making sure that we are building for the right outcomes. And let's try to understand today that what are outcomes, what is an output or a feature factory, and how can you avoid as engineers getting into this infinite loop of building features and features again and again and again in each sprint you have, right? So without any further ado, I'll start the session. What we are going to cover today. So we are going to understand what are feature and output factories, how they operate, what's the difference, and then deep dive into outcomes. What are outcomes? How do you define them? How to look for outcomes? How to prioritize outcomes? How to ship outcomes? And in the last but not least, I'll be teaching you few things which I have picked up on from John Cutler and all other advocates of outcome over output, and few things which I have been trying to implement myself. There are a lot of things around outcome versus output and outcome first approaches, but I'll be trying to share my insights of how you can build the right culture at your organization. And lastly, most importantly, because we are in an engineering community today, I'll be sharing my insights as an engineer. How can you contribute to a outcome driven culture? How can you be outcome driven instead of Jira ticket driven or Jira sprint point driven, right? All of you might connect with that, right? Perfect. So, how many of you can spot the difference and can connect immediately with this? Like, how many of you had this kind of an old music system which had multiple knobs, multiple switches? In order to switch between modes, you were having multiple CD drives where you could switch, you can put multiple CDs, and then the listening experience changed to iPods and MP3 players, and then obviously now we are all hooked to Spotify. We're listening to Spotify, right? So Shubhangi says she had all three of them, and you can understand what went wrong with companies which were building not for outcome but for output. That was Philips and all other companies which were building music systems, and here that was Apple, which built for an outcome of music listening experience. And they replaced. You can see the simplicity, right? You can see there's four switches and just one main switch, and you are able to have a listening experience of 1000 songs in your pocket. Innovation for better outcomes. So that's the difference. That's the spot you have to spotting the difference was this. Okay, so I said we are part of feature factories today. And how are you welcomed into a new organization? Or if you are switching between teams in the same organization, you will be meeting the engineering manager and product manager. They will be talking about what's their velocity, at what speed they push features, what's been the number of features they pushed last, or number of features other than that, number of sprint points they covered last quarter, last sprint, and so on and so forth. And you get, and then you talk about cool things built, cool technology built, but nobody talks about outcome. And that's how you identify whether you're working at a feature factory. So these are the things you should think about today while I go through the whole deck. That are you part of a feature factory today? Is your company a feature factory today? Are the stakeholders or the PMs or the EMs preferring output, number of features shipped, number of sprint points shipped over the outcomes? Are outputs being preferred over outcomes? Is it feeling like a conveyor belt where you are just shipping out features after feature after feature, but there is no connected uh, bigger story for you? You're not able to see the impact you are going to create. And Are you getting to hear back from these folks, your EMs, your product managers? Is any of this really working? Do you know, as engineers today, what have you created as an impact of what you built for? If not, then you are in a feature factory. Things which you have built, how they have created business value, how they have created or contributed towards expansion of the company, expansion of the product. Are you able to get visibility of this? Are these things talked about often in your company? If not, then obviously you are in a feature factory. And today we will go through a cultural change, what you can say, how you can bring on the cultural change, how outcome based culture works, and what is outcome, so that you can have a chat with your PMs. And if any PM is here in the chat today, a lot of learnings for you guys. So why do feature factories exist today? As I said in my introduction of the talk on LinkedIn as well, our brains are hard coded to think about solutions. As soon as we see problems, we start thinking about solutions, we start thinking about ideas. And every senior product manager or a senior leader will always say this cliched statement: bring me solutions, not problems. This is utter bullshit. Let me be very frank. Why? Because when you start ignoring the problem, or you don't actually go into deep, I am not saying you go into blame game. When I say about problems, you have to deep dive that why the problem exists, what is the problem, if you solve it correctly, what will happen, and then start thinking about the solutions. And if you start thinking solution first rather than problem first, you will start creating features which are not going to be used. And the best example of that was, even I had this kind of a CD player view where you had three CDs which you can switch between, just to have an experience of multiple songs put together in one device, because one CD could not capture enough of songs. Second, I can have three different genres of CDs put into my CD player. So I can have romantic, I can have ghazals, I can have rock, and I can switch between them. But you can now understand today that the companies which actually thought about innovating on this, right, innovating on this areas, they came up with iPod, they came up with world class MP3 players, and then over a period of time it was made mainstream thing into the mobile applications and mobile devices. And then obviously we have cloud storage, and now dif- uh, genres are being predicted, and your mood is being predicted, and you are able to listen to songs as per what you're thinking or what you're feeling today, right? Spotify can play anything which you like today, right? So that's how the things have changed, because they focused on outcomes, they focused on problems first, and they were not just adding one more button, one more feature into it. Same example I can give about oven. If you have microwave oven, just go to your kitchen and see how many buttons do you know of, and how many do you use today. I'm very sure you will be just using two or three: reheat, start, and stop, right? Otherwise you will not know how the whole thing works, right? So I've been talking about outcome so many times. है क्या पर? हाँ, इसको समझे कैसे, ये क्या है? So outcome is a change in customer behavior that drives business results. Very simple definition, but कहना क्या चाहता हूँ, थोड़ा और deep में जाता है. When you solve from problems which drive new user behaviors, this is the key thing here. Whenever you are solving a solving a problem and you are building something new, it is going to change the behavior, right? It will not remain the same. Imagine a world without GitHub, जहाँ पे चीजें shared repos नहीं होते थे, shared network drives पे code collaboration होता था. Now you are so accustomed to GitHub that you cannot push your code without a PR merge request and all those things, right? You have driven a new user outcome, you have driven a new user behavior, and it is being successfully achieved over and over again. And that is what you can define as outcome: faster collaboration, faster conflict resolutions, code quality is not being compromised, version management. These are the outcomes, these are not features. Features are the things which were built to help with version management, to help with these things, right? So this is what an outcome is. And this is a very basic definition, and because it is related to user behaviors, you can actually see and observe what outcomes you want to build for, how they are being done today, how users are operating today. So I have defined what is outcome, but how do you get to right outcomes? Unlike features, outcome chandni chowk mein थोक के भाव नहीं बिकते हैं. जैसे अश्नीर भाई ने बोला था शार्क टैंक में डेटा बिकता है थोक के भाव इन चांदनी चौक, एंड माय फ्रेंड्स here from Delhi may connect with that statement. But unlike features and data, outcome is hard to find, hard to spot. You have to develop a really, really good mindset, and you have to groom yourself into that mindset. So how do you start getting into mindset? Everything starts from magical questions. For me, this inquisitive nature, having to ask more and more questions, and these 4 questions is the most important thing which can drive outcome based mindset. So what are these? What are the things they do, and how they are doing it today? What's the biggest barrier in this behavior, and what's the utopian behavior they want to achieve, right? So it's very basic. How are the things being done today? What are the things being done today? What is the biggest barrier in the whole behavior they have today? And obviously, what is the ideal behavior you want or the users want? If you have answers to these 4 questions, you have mapped your outcome right, you have written your outcome right. And obviously, as Amanpreet is saying, mapping. Yes, you have guessed it right. You have to come up with journey maps. And I would like to take one of uh, very good examples I connect with a lot. I guess a lot of engineers have also dealt with this, where designs are being shared like this. I hope there are some senior devs today who have been in industry for more than 3 4 years, and they will relate immediately that how wireframes were being shared, how sketches were being made, how prototypes were being shared with them to build the front end, how the iteration was happening on Slack, how prototypes were being visualized in InVision, and then you were seeing कि एक screen से दूसरे screen में transition कैसे हो रहा है, क्या API calls करने हैं, and then obviously the specs, the CSS, the color codes, and everything we were shared in Zeppelin, right? So this was the whole designing experience a few years back. This was the collaborative design experience a few years back. And this was the user behavior people were having. People like designers, product designers, UI UX designers, engineers, PMs, of interacting with the whole product development process, right? Now, if you start mapping how are they being done today and what is the biggest barrier, you will realize that all these tools which were there, Adobe XD, or for that matter Sketch, and a lot of other designing tools, were not truly collaborative in nature, truly cloud in nature for designers themselves. They were using version management, right? They were async issues, like I am working on a file and then my fellow designer is working on a file, and it was kind of, I can have conflicts if we are working on the same file in different version of that file. And if I forgot to retrieve the latest version of the file and started working on that file, there can be conflicts and I can completely lose what I was building. This was the biggest barrier. This was a behavior which was not quite you can say natural, because if you see the natural behavior, if you're collaborating on a design or a UX flow or anything, you would, the best tool you would use is a whiteboard. On a whiteboard you can collaborate together. Whiteboard doesn't get these issues of conflict, right? So that's what is close to the natural behavior, but the current products are not into the natural behavior. Then obviously the collaboration between the PMs, designers, and engineers was not actually happening within the product. Designers were sharing images. Designers were sometimes sharing sketch files, and PMs were frustrated. Stakeholders were frustrated. Engineers were frustrated. Sometimes they don't even open the images. If they open the images, they don't get how the whole product will work. If sketch file is being shared, people may not have sketch app in their machine, and it would become very difficult for them to install and see the whole prototype. And obviously, if the team was a little bit proactive, they were opening up images, they were collaborating on Slack threads, and you can imagine how all feedback and everything was getting lost in the long threads of Slack messages, right? So cross team collaboration was broken. This whole behavior of cross team collaboration was broken. And there were features which were driving actually negative outcome. Feature which was built from the perspective of increasing productivity, adding new plugins which can make designers more productive, can add on to a lot of work they do, right? Those plugin, the experience of installing those plugins, using those plugins was so hard and so full of friction that it was actually becoming a negative outcome. Why? Because I was actually not able to increase the productivity. rather we were decreasing the productivity, right? So this is what was happening. This is the part where you are mapping the whole current journey, how they are being doing, how the behaviors are being done today, what are the biggest barriers in the behavior today, and then you try to come to a outcome. And how do you write an outcome? It's very simple. You have to write an outcome in a very simple way. We believe that if we make design and feedback process collaborative for designers, PMs and engineers, it will lead to more successful product teams. So this is your assumption here, that it will lead to more successful product teams. You will have higher user satisfaction, and this is the outcome. The outcome for your user is what? Your users is they will be able to do more success. They will be able to release faster products. They will be able to successfully collaborate, right? And that's what Figma has been able to come up with an as a, you can say, umbrella outcome, and that's what they have been building for. How they have built the core interactions around it, let's have a look. So they have built all the interactions in the product, whether it is designing the screens, whether it is sharing, whether it is collaborating. All the interactions are completely mapped with the natural behavior a user will have, and a gradual transition into a new behavior is being provided. So earlier, if they were using Sketch, now they are coming into a truly cloud-based collaborative product, which is very similar to offline collaboration, which happens in one single room, where you have a live board where you can share comments, where you can take notes and everything. So that's how you design. So let's see how interactions can be designed, and then we will move on to removing barriers and viral loop part. So how they have done it, Figma has made a browser first product wherein two designers can edit live and there will be no conflicts. And I've been doing this from for last couple of years now, that there are a couple of designers in the same file, and we are designing together, and we are taking up things from one another's file, and it is becoming very easy to interact. There is no need of retrieving various versions of files. I can see what, and there is version history. So it doesn't mean that I will not have version history. It's a truly live collaboration in nature. So they have got the first interaction or the first behavior right, which is giving a truly collaborative interaction, truly collaborative behavior of design to the designers. The second thing which they have got right, the second behavior they have got right, is collaboration amongst the designers and in between PMs and the engineers and the stakeholders. Instead of sharing images or sharing sketch files which have to be downloaded, and then you have to install sketch app, you just need to do everything in one single app. You can comment, you can resolve the comments, and now they have come up with audio collaboration. You can collaborate with your team members live in terms of audio. You don't even need to do your stand-ups, or at least the design sprint stand-ups or design stand-ups in Slack or in Google Meet or Teams. You can be in the live design files and just talk on the files itself. That's the collaboration they have aimed for. That's the behavior which they have aimed for. That's the outcome they have aimed for, and hence they have built features. So there is not output versus outcome. Output should always drive outcomes, and that's how they have built things which are driving the right outcomes. So collaboration in between designers, truly interactive nature of behavior, and then obviously they have aimed for cross team collaboration, and the whole design process, right from you're building your screens to the point you're building the prototype, and to the point you are handing over the specs of your design system to the front end engineers, everything is in one single place. That's what everybody wanted. The natural behavior is to have everything in one single place, all documentation in one single place. And that's what they have aimed for, right? That's what they have simply aimed for. And obviously, they have made plugins cool again. And I'll just show you how they have made plugins really cool and easy to use. Yeah, so this is how you can install plugins. It's so easy. You can see what other design folks are building, and you can see how many installs have happened, and you can start using these plugins very easily. Unlike the unnatural behavior of Sketch, wherein I had to download first the plugin and then install it, and then also check whether it is compatible with the version of my Sketch app or not. here in Figma there is nothing like it. It's just install, and the version management and everything else is taken care of automatically. And also I have a social proof of when it was made, who are the creators, and obviously how is the community loving it, right? So that's what they have aimed for. The behavior was, how can I make designers more productive, how can I build things, how can I solve for the tasks they are doing. Okay, the tasks they are doing around specs or design specs or documentation or cells or anything what designers were doing, and build plugins which are easily installable in one click. They were going for easiest natural behaviors, and that's what they have built. And hence there is a lot of adoption. Okay, so far we have looked at what are outcomes, what are the right questions to ask for to get to the right outcome, how to map the whole user journey to understand what are the user doing today, how they are doing it today, what are the pain points and the friction in the whole journey, and then how do you start defining your outcomes, where inside that outcome you can have your user stories and all that which you do today, but you have a guiding outcome on top of it, and that becomes uh, your central matrix to observe as engineers as well once you deliver that into staging servers and when it goes out into production servers. So once you have made for the right outcome, once you have built for the right outcome, it is equally important that you remove all the barriers which are there to do those behaviors, to do those things, because you have to make sure that that behavior is done again and again and again. Okay, to get more impact, to create more impact for users and for the company as well, right? So what is the first thing you need to remove? Skill barrier. Using your product should not require a special skill or a complex skill. Unlike Adobe Photoshop, which a PM would not be very comfortable in using, Figma is so easy that I can start building my workflows, my wireframes or anything in one click. It's that simple. Yeah, there is no skill barrier. I don't need to actually learn something to start using Figma. Obviously I need to learn things to be advanced Figma wizard, but at least to do the basic things you don't require any special skill. And the time and effort barrier. So time to start using the product, the interface, everything should be built in a way that the time and effort somebody is putting in to use the product to drive the behavior you wanted them to, right? It should be bare minimum, it should be least as much as possible. Okay, and then obviously access barrier. Your product should be super accessible, there should be no frictions, the first interaction should be damn easy. How do they do it without signups? So I'll give you an example. In Figma, when they were designing for true collaboration, cross stream collaboration behavior, right? PMs and engineers and stakeholders, they made it a point that people can actually comment without signing up. So they have removed the access barrier for cross team collaboration behavior. They are not making engineers and PMs and stakeholders forcefully signing up for the product. You can actually add your name, you can start commenting, and you can go back. If you choose, you can sign in and sign up, but you can do commenting, you can do collaboration without even signing up. And that's how they have removed the access barrier for one of the behaviors they wanted to aim for, one of the outcomes, which was cross team collaboration they wanted in their product, right? So you remove the access barriers. So far so good, guys. Okay, perfect. Let's move on to how do you make it viral. So as I said, now you have made sure that people can use it very easily. How do you make sure that people are using it again and again and again? So they are doing that behavior again and again and again, so that that outcome, that behavior is driving the highest impact it can for them. Okay, and the roots of this lie in pandemic. Yes, I'm not joking. Okay, it lies in how viral diseases spread. You have a host who sneezes, he spreads the germs via droplets. Droplets propagate in the air, which is the medium, and then when the recipient comes into that medium or into that area, he catches on to that droplets, and then he gets that same thing, right? Similarly, for products, and we will take an example of Substack. I am very sure that all of you folks are now reading a lot of newsletters from a lot of great engineers and tech leaders who are writing via Substack. And one of the most important things Substack has cracked very easily is these viral product loops. They are driving that behavior, that outcome again and again. How are they doing it? So there is a sender who uses the product. That sender is actually sending an interaction or a core product feature onto everyone using external networks, which can be email, LinkedIn, social media, anything. And then new users are coming into contact with this content or with this product interaction via these external networks. They start seeing, they start subscribing to newsletters, and some point in time they also get converted into writers who will start using Substack to write their newsletters, right? So that's how they are making sure that more and more people are using it again and again, so that highest impact is driven. Okay, that outcome is happening so many times that highest amount of impact has been generated, right? Moving on. Yeah. So let's take the example of Substack. The sender, the publisher of the newsletter is writing the newsletter, is then sending out the publication, the newsletter, to everyone who is subscribed to his mailing list. He also publishes it on social media. Okay, the post gets generated. Now the email and social media both are working as a spreading medium for all what he has written, and then someone will click on the CTAs which he has placed on the email, in the social media posts he has put, right? And when those CTAs will be clicked, people will start converting. They will start signing up for his newsletter, they will start signing up for Substack, and at some point in time they will find the whole interaction to be so damn easy that they'll get inspired to become content writers. They will start writing about it. So that's how they have built virality into their product. It is a self-propelling virality. It is driving the outcome again and again automatically. Nothing has to be built again and again for doing it. ये सब बहुत बढ़िया है. As Ashneer bhai said, धंधा कैसे बनेगा? Because at the end of the day, you have to generate revenue, you have to make profits, you have to make revenue as a company, right? And to do that, you cannot just have what I can say, fancy frameworks, management mumbo jumbos, right? It cannot be yet another framework which does nothing. So this framework, outcome based driven thinking, also comes with the right set of metrics, and which we can discuss in later in detail. I'll just throw some light so you guys are able to read more about it on your own. So how do you set right metrics? You need to impact, you need to measure for the impact being created for user. What are the impacts Sigma is creating today? It has reduced the time to design for designers significantly, and hence it is enabling a lot of startups to ship their products faster. That's the impact being created, right? It can say that they have helped these many product teams to get to their MVP, to get to their product market fit faster. That's the impact you are looking for, the broad set impact you are looking for. And then you have to see how much adoption is happening. If one designer is starting to use it in one company, is it spreading like a wildfire or not within that company? And if it is, and he's inviting other folks to join in, folks from other companies who are his friends, who are his in friendly network, you have got onto a very good thing. So you have to define these metrics, and these are technical parts, but as a concept, I hope you're understanding that how you can track the adoption happening, and obviously how much they value it. Once you have the first two things right, you need to see that how much they value it, and value is always put in terms of some monetary way, right? You need to see that how many people will go into the premium packages, how many folks will start installing plugins which are premium, they will start paying premium prices for those plugins. Okay, how many of them will start increase the number of features or move on to the next tiers as and when their needs are increasing. That's how you need to measure your outcomes in terms of your own business. You need to see I can put it in a very simple way. A lot of things, a lot of outcomes can be something which users can ask for. Users can say मुझे ये भी चाहिए, मुझे ये भी चाहिए, मुझे ये भी चाहिए, ये भी चाहिए, right? But how do you make sure that you are building for the right thing? You have to ask them to put a value against it, and once they put the value against it, you truly know that what you should build. Perfect. So we are almost in and on to the end of this session. We will just talk about briefly touch upon how you can build the tehzeeb of outcome culture in your company, right? So how can you do it? It's very simple. Have storytelling. Okay. uh, as product managers, try to do storytelling, try to paint a picture of before and after, how the world would be without you and how the world will be with you. Okay. Try to iterate and validate on things which you have built in the current sprint or in the current delivery week, right? And don't move on to the next thing or next feature or next outcome immediately. Try to validate whether it is working or not, what parts are working. Do we need to add on few more behaviors to get to the right impact? What is the final verdict? And then only move on. Third point is remove clutter. If you get to know that it's not working, it is slowing you down, start removing the features. Yes, as a PM, I'm saying this. Start removing features. Remove clutter from your product. Go only for outcomes and behaviors which are being used again and again and which are driving the true impact. If they are not driving any impact, start removing those things from your product. Try to organize team retrospectives which are not driven by sprint points, speed of delivery, velocity, burnout. These things are good. These things are for efficiency, but efficiency is not only uh, parameter to do retrospectives on. You need to understand how much outcome you were able to generate. What is the true impact you will able to generate in the last delivery? That's what you need to do. And when you are celebrating as EMs, as product managers, as engineers, you need to make sure that you are celebrating outcomes. You're not celebrating, oh, we did a on-time delivery, we shipped 30 uh, sprint points. You don't need to celebrate that. Then you're getting into output-based culture where you're celebrating volume over quality, right? And obviously doing proactive prioritization, not just go for short-term revenue gain or something which don't be short-sighted. Try to do things which are proactive in nature. Now, what do I mean by proactive? See, go back to the very first step. How is your product being used? What is the behavior? So once you have released the first version of the product, right, the first MVP or whatever you want to call it, right, first experiment, go back and see, start seeing from that same eye you are seeing before your product journey. अब आपने जब launch कर दिया है तो क्या हो रहा है? Okay. And then from there pick on to the next things you should be building for, and the next outcomes or behaviors you want to build for. Try to pick up the sleeve from there unless instead of doing it just listening to stakeholders, trying to make them happy, or trying to go in for a early revenue catch. That's what people do a lot. And yes, obviously, how can you contribute to outcome based culture as engineers? I have seen a lot of engineers. I was myself an engineer. A lot of times we are more interested in the tech we will be building, the feature, the how part of it. ये बनेगा कैसे, इसमें कोड क्या लिखूंगा, उससे किक आती है. But try to understand the story also behind it. आप ये कर लोगे तो क्या होगा, and understand this thing, this story behind what you are building, the outcome, the behavior, the user, the true ground thing. If you start going into it as an engineer, you will start actually getting a long term kick from it. Focus on outcomes, not sprint points. Just not be happy with being on time engineer or having highest velocity in the whole team. See with that velocity, because you're investing your time, you have limited time in life. You need to see that what outcome you were able to drive from your efforts, hours and hours of efforts you put in, right? You need to focus on outcomes as well. And once you're trying to see the outcomes, okay, you need to track the impact. You need to literally also ask your product managers or your engineering managers, I want to visit the customers and see what impact our product is creating. That's how you start getting connected with the longer picture, the bigger picture. And trust me, even as engineering managers, as tech leaders, you have to be sounding boards or proactive contributors towards company, right? And this is very important trait for you. Try to get into story building part as well. Once you have got the first three things right, try to take out time proactively to interact with UX research teams, with UX teams, to see how the story is being built, that research, that journey map, because then you will actually know that what outcome you can drive if you build the right feature, and you will start uh, getting you will start not being in the box, and you will start going out of the box. A lot of engineers, and trust me, मैं भी ये करता था, ये feasible नहीं है, ये नहीं कर सकते, ये नहीं हो सकता है. And when I started changing this mindset within myself as an engineer few years back, I felt that I was going an extra mile to make sure वो outcome deliver हो, वो impact create हो. I was trying to innovate. I was trying to go beyond my boundaries. Okay. And obviously, once you start having outcome driven approach, and you really want to get into a new tech stack, or you want to remove a tech debt, which actually sometimes engineers or engineering managers pitch to the product team in a way that product teams perceive this to be a fancy tech thing they want to do to keep their blood running, right? But it's not like that. You have to pitch बॉस के ये आउटकम डिलीवरी स्लो कर देगा, ये क्लटर हम रखेंगे, ये लेगेसी हम रखेंगे. ओके, तो वो आउटकम्स डिलीवर नहीं होंगे, वो आउटकम्स धीमे हो जाएंगे, इम्पैक्ट क्रिएट नहीं होगा, यूजर को राइट बिहेवियर नहीं मिलेगा, राइट? दैट्स द वे यू हैव टू पिच फॉर इट, इंस्टेड ऑफ मेकिंग द पिच ऑल अबाउट ये नया टेक स्टैक आया है, गोलैंग में जाना है, बहुत स्केलेबल है. बस आपको ये बोलने की जरूरत है, स्केलेबल नहीं होगा तो क्या होगा. वो 1 सेकंड या 1 मिली सेकंड या माइक्रो सेकंड का जो इंटरेक्शन है वो 10 सेकंड का हो जाएगा, राइट? दैट्स व्हेन द पीएम विल से शिट, ओके, ये ऐसा है, ये ऐसा हो जाएगा, ये इतना एक्सपीरियंस खराब हो जाएगा. ओके, लेट्स ट्राई टू प्रायोरिटाइज एंड लेट्स ट्राई नॉट टू शिप एनी फीचर बट फिक्स आवर clutter. Okay, that's how you pitch for tech debts as engineers. And that brings me to the end of this session. I hope you guys have picked on something new in terms of product and design today. Key takeaways are: what are feature factories, what are outcomes, how to get to right outcomes, how to build for outcomes, how to measure them, and obviously how to build a outcome based product culture in your company. And finally, these are the key resources. Outcome versus Output is a very good book, very short book, which anyone, I'm saying not product managers, designers, engineer, anyone can read it in 1 hour. Sense and Respond, slightly bigger one, but very good read. You will love it. And trust me, there are no mumbo jumbos of product management or fancy frameworks. Very easy reads. And John Cutler is one of the product leaders I am fanboying about every moment, every day. Okay, so he's someone I follow, and you can read his blog, and you will get a lot of insights on how to be great product leaders, engineering leaders, product leaders, and design leaders. Perfect. I'm open to questions if there are any. Yeah, Dhruva. So in B2B2C, how to identify and map outcomes and our clients asking for features than the end customers might be expecting. So there is a gap you're trying to say, right? What your client is asking and the actual end user. Is it? Am I getting a question right, Dhruva? So I guess this is a standard case of project-driven, or you can say companies which have B2B2C models. And here you have to you have to get into a way wherein if your client is not providing you direct access to his users, okay, you can try to meet people who are in the similar profile, who are doing similar behavior, similar interaction. Because ऐसा तो कुछ नहीं कि कुछ मतलब और कोई कर ही नहीं रहा उसके यूजर्स के अलावा, बिकॉज इतना 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 स्पेसिफिक केस नहीं हो सकता. और अगर है, so in that case, you have to influence the customer in a way that he allows you to interact with the users. And I think I have given enough points here to create the story for him. I hope I have answered your question, Dhruva. Perfect, guys. Any other questions? Great, guys. So this was fun being today on a Saturday evening talking to a bunch of engineers. I would have loved to do it live, but again, we are in post-COVID world. We are doing still virtual events. I hope we do the next one face to face. Yeah, GDG team, IWB team, can you please come on the live cam and take it over from here?
Well, thank you, Shubham, for such an insightful session there. I feel like
Perfect,
kind of a
perfect. Thanks,
confident
Gaurav.
here. So yeah, it was like such an insightful there. I guess like he just gone there. Okay, cool.
Yeah,
Um, okay, so he's back. I just wanted to thank you there. So like the book that you mentioned there, it's just super book, super awesome book there. I have
thank you.
just been through it there, so it's super good book. So I would just definitely recommend everyone to just go through it.
Perfect, guys. Great. Thanks for the opportunity, Gaurav and Shubangi. Have a nice evening, folks.
Thanks,
Thanks, chat.
Shubham.
Yeah, thank you, Shubham. All right. So, Shwangi, now it's my turn now to just ask a question. So, are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay. So, here's the question. Since you have been in product for a long time, and I feel design is a crucial part of a product. So, what do you suggest? In your opinion, are design and product interconnected?
That's a very good question. I think people usually think that design is just visual, and it does have a visual aspect to it, but designs are very integral to a product. They basically make the user journey and they make the product better. So I think designing for everyone can be a challenge.
Well, yeah, surely. I see like your thoughts are like aligning to like the what our next speaker Shivangi Chaurasi is having. So let me just take a moment to call Shivangi on stage. Her portfolio is like so impressive that I can call her a human version of round robin algorithm, connecting dots, design, technology, and people, like all of them together. So over to you, Shivangi.
I think there is a change in the schedule, and we have Anushri here with us. Apologies, Anushri, because I think we didn't update it. But over to you, and
Hey, hi everyone. Good evening. So I can see a lot of enthusiastic people here, like people, whoever is coming, and like being in a Saturday evening, people are coming and enthusiastically participating. So yeah, good to see everyone. So one of the most important concern which most of us are seeing, hearing nowadays is work-life balance, right? So once this pandemic started, we all are moving to work from home mode, and almost all the IT industry went to the work from home mode. So nowadays people are going back to the hybrid mode as well. But being in a whether be it in a working out of office or whether be in working from home, it is very important to maintain work life balance. So when you are working in office, it's really easy to maintain work life balance, right? Because you will be able to draw a clear line between your professional life and personal life. But I find it very difficult, like somewhat difficult to maintain uh, work life balance when we were working in home. So today I thought I'll be sharing with you some of the tips and some of the learnings I had from my personal experience. So yeah, it's me Anusri here. I'm working as an Android developer in ThoughtWorks Technologies. So I'll be going to share with you some of the tips I learned from my personal experience. So yeah. Can you folks just tell me whether my slides are visible to you in the comments? Yeah, I hope it is. It's we are able to see it, and yeah, and yes. So before, first of all, before getting started, we have to understand what is work-life balance, right? So could you folks just comment in the comment section what is work-life balance and what do you think about work-life balance, or do you really have work-life balance? Take a moment and answer in the comment section. Do you really think do you have a work life balance? Okay, I can see some of yes and some no. Okay. So, yes. So, when you can say you have a work life balance, when you will have a rewarding professional life and you have a rewarding personal life. So, that is the time you can say you have work life balance. So, if you are having a healthy work life balance, you will be satisfied and happy both professionally and personally. So, yes. And if you don't have work life balance, there will be a lot of consequences. Like you will feel a lot of problems in your personal and professional life if you are having a poor work life balance. So these are some of the consequences you will have when you experience a poor work life balance. So one of the most important thing is that it drains your energy. So you'll feel that you are low on energy every time and you are not energetic at all to do any of the things. So you will be low on energy every time. So when you are low on energy, of course it will affect your mental health, right? So you will feel stressed all the time, and in any under any circumstances you won't be able to do anything. So that is how it affects your mental health, and you won't be having your mental well-being. And yeah, and most of the people who is having poor work-life balance often complains that they are not having any time to enjoy with their time and enjoy with their family and friends. Also, they won't be having any me time. So these are some of the consequences of having no work-life balance. Of course you don't want to be someone with a poor work life balance, right? So everyone among us wants to manage your personal life and professional life equally. So it's mandatory that you pay some attention to your life and see if you have work life balance. And if you don't have healthy work life balance, you have to do something to make it healthy so that you'll be happy forever. So these are some of the tips which I'm going to share with you, which I learned from my experience. So, and these are tips which I usually use to maintain work life balance. So first of all, it's very important that you have to manage your task. So you should manage your task which you want to do for a particular day. So once you start managing your task for a particular day, you will get more control on what you want to achieve. So I usually start my day by writing down my goals. So once I start writing down my goals, it will be like I will get more control on what I'm doing. And it will be that task can be anything, whether you want to work on a particular text story or sending out an email, or anything which you want to do. So if you write down your goals for a particular day, and you will feel more confident on doing it, and you won't get overwhelmed on those. So even though it feel like a simple thing to do, but it will help you a lot in the long run. And also, apart from managing your task, you need to manage your time also. So it's very important in a work from home mode that you have to manage your time very well, because you have to give your time to your family, you have to give your time to your work. So it's very important that you have to manage your time as well. So you have to find your comfortable working hours. So most people think that working from home means like you will have a fixed working hours, say 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., and you will do all your personal work after 5 p.m. It's not like that. So you have some people will be productive in the morning time, right? And some people will be productive in the evening time. So you have to identify which time works for you, and you have to prioritize the task for that particular time. So you will get more time, more energy doing very important tasks when you prioritize your task and do all the important tasks in your productive hours. So when you prioritize your work related things, you don't forget to find some time to do the things that makes you happy. So if you do what makes you happy, you will get more energy you need for the rest of your day. So I usually do to make me happy, like whenever I feel overwhelmed with my work, I usually do is like I'll play around with my pet, and I'll spend some time for my hobby, like art or craft work. So it will make me happy. So please go ahead and take some time to identify what makes you happy and do that at least 5 minutes in a day. That will really help you a lot. And also self care, next comes the self caring part. So it's really important that you have to enjoy yourself, your company first. So now everything is digitalized, right? So you connect with your peers over Zoom calls during work hours, and you will be connecting with the social world through social media platforms. So all of these are really important, but what is really important is that you enjoy your own time. So even if it is a 5 minutes in a hectic schedule, you take some time to recharge yourself. There are different types of self care forms, right? For example, for some people, reading a book will help them to relax their mind, and taking some time to reflect will help, or taking some time to meditate will help. So these are some kind of self care forms. So this reminds me one of the quotes which I read yesterday, that is, self-care is how you take your power back. So you are the one to identify what is there for you to, like, to take your power back. You have to identify how you will recharge yourself. So identify that self-care tips for you and do something. Like, you have to enjoy your me time and identify your own self recharging tips and do that. And here next comes the communication part. So as someone mentioned in the previous sessions, communication is really important. So it's both important professional life and in your personal life. So once you are in office, you will get enough time to connect with your friends, right? You will be connecting with your peers over a cup of tea or coffee. So but in working from home mode, you won't be having that physical connection with them. But even if it is very difficult to have a physical connection in working from home, you have to make sure that you find some ways to connect. Like, it can be over a Zoom chat, like in your leisure time, or even you can have fun Friday with your friends, or even retrospective, as someone mentioned, retrospective can help to connect with your peers in your working place. So really, like, find something that will help you to make a bond with your peers, so that really helps you overcome the pressure you have at your work. And as I told, communication is really important in workplace, but what is really important is that you enjoy or you communicate with your family also. Like, communication with your family is very important, that you have that bonding with them also. Like, you don't forget to give some time to them also. Like, connect with them over a lunch or having a fun chat together every day. That really helps a lot. So it's okay to release your emotions once in a while. So trust me, that really helps a lot. And above all these things, learn to rise again. So not all days are same, right? Like, some days we will feel like, and I feel some days like I am super um I'm able to work a lot, and I'm able to manage my hobbies. I'm able to manage my personal time, everything I'm able to manage. But some days I feel the opposite. Like, I feel like I'm working only, like I'm hectic in working, and I'll be working and only working. But what is more important is that all days are not same. And even if you had a bad day, like even if you had a day where there is no work life balance, what is important is that you should be positive and you should start your day right again. One day without a work life balance is not don't mean that you don't have it again, right? So you have to try it again and again, and make sure that you do something to maintain your work life balance. So these are some of the tips which I usually do to maintain my work life balance. So I would like to hear from you also, like, what are you folks do to maintain your work life balance? So could you folks take 2 minutes and just comment out in the comment section, like, what are your tips, or what are your learnings on maintaining work life balance? Would you take some time to comment out in the chat? Because everyone will be doing something different, right? Yeah, someone is saying meditate. Yeah. And gratitude diary, yes. Yes, it really helps, right? However, whatever we do to take care of our mental well-being is very important. That we have to give equal importance to our work life and personal life and professional life. And also, when you feel in a hectic day, when you feel you need a 5 minutes of break, don't wait for anything. Just go ahead and take that. Yeah, self-care is really important. So yes, following the schedule, sleep, take small breaks. Yes, these are really important. So yeah, so yes, I hope you are able to find something, you are able to get something from out of this session. Yeah, thank you everyone for joining, and thank you organizers for giving me this platform. Yes, thank you.
Thanks, Anushri, for the talk. I think I really needed it because I've been having a lot of work-life balance issues. I've just been doing work and no life. Oh, there have been days have been forgotten to eat at all. So I think I really needed this session.
Yes, take some time to for yourself, like just 5 minutes break. Yeah, that really helps.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, Anushri. You're on mute, Gaurav.
I'm sorry, like I guess like Anushri just went away. I just wanted to apologize. I mistakenly just said Shivangi. I should say Anushri. I'm sorry.
Okay, let's move on to the next talk. So, there's always been a point in everyone's career, I feel, where they want to change it or maybe switch to something which is similar or maybe not. So, have you ever felt like this, Gaurav, that you want to change your career or move to a different tech stack, maybe?
Hmm. Well, yeah, switching career isn't an easy task, and it requires deep thinking on like how what all factors are you dependent on, and how will it change both physically and mentally. So I guess like it's kind of a difficult task to do.
So, we have our next session to your rescue, and we have a great speaker with us. This is Jeenal Parekh, and she works as a software engineer at Google. And more of her story will be shared by her herself. Jeenal, can we welcome you to the screen?
Hey Shubhangi, Gaurav, thank you so much for the introduction. So, hi everyone. Uh, is my screen visible? I'll just have a check. Yeah, okay. Thank you. So, hi everyone. Thanks for joining in, first of all. As I think Shubhangi introduced, this talk is more about my journey of how I shifted roles from being a backend engineer to diving into the ML space and my learnings along with it. So, let's get started. So, I'll walk you through my journey so far. Post my college, I started as a technology analyst at Morgan Stanley. Now, what technology analyst, in case you don't know, it's basically same as a software engineer, but it's called an analyst because you kind of work on services that drive the finance uh, at Morgan. I mean, at Morgan or any other company. So basically, you're working on services that are used to drive the finance at Morgan. I particularly worked in both backend and front end for enhancing their trading systems. Next, I worked at Goldman Sachs, where I was involved in a very backend heavy role, building automation solutions for Automation Center of Excellence. What Automation Center of Excellence is basically, even in this age, a lot of financial processes, like let's say opening a bank, involves a lot of manual work, like people fill forms manually, and there are other set of people who read it and then feed it into a computer system, and all these things are still paper based processes. Our aim was to make it as less manual as possible and kind of automate this. It was a very interesting space. So yeah, innovator space that was. Now, as you can see, during this tenure, the tech stack that I've mostly worked with was Java, and lots of Java. And I think that has been the language, my primary language, and I love Java, honestly. Uh, Again, around that Spring, Angular for UI, I also worked on data pipelines and distributed systems. So this was the environment or the tech stack that I was working with. And now I became an ML engineer at Google. Also, ML engineer, we call it software engineer, but it's in the ML space. So it is an ML engineer, where basically I work in the fraud detection space for Google Maps. Not going into what the fraud that we are detecting particularly, but basically it's an ML heavy space where we're building protections against the fraud that happens on maps and businesses that are listed on maps. Now, the work basically involves a lot of data analysis and SQL and Python, which is used for data analysis that we do. Uh, Other set of things involves dealing with infra around models, enriching models, evaluating whether this model is better than the previous one, etc., having model launches, feature engineering. So basically, there's lots and lots of data and new problems. It's a very dynamic space because frauds keep happening, patterns keep changing, and we have to build new protections, learn the patterns, etc., etc. So as you can see, there's very little parallel that can be drawn between my previous work and the current work, and it has been a huge shift in terms of the tech stack, the thinking patterns, etc. The only thing that is common has been, I think, coding, which is used for a very little part in of basically gathering and building the features into the model. I think that's where we use coding. So another question that might come up is, okay, why did I shift? Because it is a role shift, and after I think 3 years. So I would say I have been interested in the ML space. I right from the beginning. Because I did not take it as a separate subject in college, so I was always very intrigued about it. Even when I was working on backend at Morgan and Goldman, I used to study a bit of ML as per my interest, like a hobby on the side. But when I interviewed for Google, I actually got a chance to join an ML based team, and I was quite skeptical about it as to I don't have an experience. Would it make sense? But I was told by the team that as long as you're willing, it's going to be fine. You should be just interested to be doing it. And my thought process was, okay, I I do not have an experience in ML. If I actually try to enter into this space, there are chances that I might not be able to get an ML role because of no experience, prior experience in ML. So I'm getting an opportunity at Google working on this very interesting problem. Then why not seize it? So I just did that. So basically, it was an undeliberate move, uh, kind of an unplanned move that just happened, and I just took it. Uh, okay, so enough about the past journey. I'll talk about the actual transition. So I was very excited in the beginning and very motivated, and everything seemed to be very fascinating because I was going to start something very new. And as the meme here quite explains, that as I kind of become accustomed, there were a lot of gotchas that I encountered. Okay, so what I've done here is I've just summarized a few things or my learnings from the journey that I've been through, and it's been almost a year now. When I started, it's a good thing that you're always given a small project to start with, so that you understand the ecosystem and you get to ramp up well. So I think my advice would be, whenever you're doing or you're changing the role, always at a new org, etc., start with a small project to understand the system. There it's more important to do a DFS rather than a BFS, is what I would say. So another thing would be, I always have been quite interested about knowing the whys, like why am I doing this, why is it important, etc. So asking the whys in the initial stage is very important. Basically, try to absorb as much as you can, try to deep dive uh, as much as possible and that's what I did. So for me, it was more about understanding the business domain, the business problem. So that's what I did. Also, one more thing is very important here is, when I talk about it, it seems like it was a very smooth process, like 1 2 3 bang bang bang, a very step by step process that I followed, and I just look very sorted. But that is so not the case. It wasn't the case, and it still isn't the case. Basically, it's about, and which is why I think I liked this theme a lot of the entire IWD session that we have, which is progress, not perfection. It's all about the progress that we're making incrementally and not looking at the end picture. It's just looking at how far you've come. So it's, I know I've been there, and it's been quite a journey, and one day at a time I've taken it. So keep going. Like, it will not be as smooth as it looks after you reach a certain stage, because when you're doing it, you just have to keep it going. And personally saying, I'm a perfectionist by nature. I do try a lot to tone it down, but that happens quite a lot. And Google has taught me a lot in this respect of how you can, in what ways you can suffer being a perfectionist. The reason being, compared to, I think, my previous roles at Google, a lot of importance is given to your output, to the results, more than the representation. So it doesn't matter if you're presenting a very shabby document, but it has kind of good results, versus a very fancy document with good results. I think as long as the results are good, people are not going to look at it. So I've learned a lot of multitasking, being involved in 3 4 projects at the same time, which is crazy, but yeah, uh, kind of going through it. So which is why I think I really love this topic. So next is, I think, going about summarizing what I've gone through is, as you start, try seeing everything from a first principle basis. What I mean is, try to question as much as you can. Look at everything from a very fresh lens, which will make you give more ideas, be innovative, and also understand and absorb as much as you can. Second thing which is very important is figure out a short-term roadmap in terms of what all you will need. Okay, so now you've figured out I'm going to work in ML and this is the specific project that I've been given. What all would I need to at least make it happen? In my case, I made like a 2 month skill set that I would need to acquire, which was, as I've listed here, it was a very ML beginner course. And I mean, real beginner. Like, I knew what precision recall was before joining, but I had to learn precision recall at such a granular level that even if you ask me in my basically out of my sleep, if you ask me what will happen if you reduce the data like this and that, you would know how it would affect the precision and recall. So I think not just understanding in terms of its definition, but getting the core concepts right was more important here, because that is something we use on an everyday basis. Second was just getting familiar with the platform, the model training, the deployment platform, doing feature engineering to enhance the models, model evaluation, learning C++ was another thing. So that was how I figured out what all I need to learn, and then prepare a plan according to that. Another thing that was very important was, so as we join Google, we called nooglers. Basically, new Googlers are called as nooglers, and that's very interesting time to be in, because you have very less expectations out of yourself. When you are a noogler, you are actually not given much pressure about delivering. You are encouraged maybe to deliver slow, but learn as much as you can, and that is not true at every place. I know that, so I would suggest take your time, focus more on learning than delivering, because I think delivering can happen once you're very good with your skills. I think this is the time when you join something new, this is the time to acquire and learn as much as you can. And later, when you become actually good at it, you will but naturally be able to deliver fast. I I did not focus 100% follow it. I was actually more focused on delivering. I was like, I need to finish the project. So I kind of balanced it both. But what I've learned from my mistake is to focus more on learning than delivering. Another thing is, since you always have to balance between learning and working, your regular stuff, divide your time. A very good tip would be allocate a certain amount of time on your calendars. Like, this is going to be my reading time or whatever. Try to stick to it again. Um, I did that. I put a block every day on my calendar for dedicated reading something or acquiring knowledge out of your work. Honestly speaking, I've followed it 10% of the times only during a year, but that's it. I think I'm progressing, and we're because there's a lot of work involved. So whenever you can do it, I think that's the purpose of putting a block, that at least you try to stick to it. So that's one thing. Now, as you expand, basically what I went through was very initial phases of you entering into a new domain. But as now you progress through time, and as you want to grow into the role specifically, and uh, as more time passes, I think these are the points which become more important, which is you did a project, keep iterating and improving on it. I'm not saying do the same project again, but what I'm saying is the next projects that you do, take your learnings and try to improve your processes. So as an example, I had a feature engineering project given to me as my first one. Today, when I read the document that I had written, it literally makes me laugh, because there were a lot of things which I have learned now, and I did it very naively. I was basically just using the basic learnings which I had in terms of, okay, this is the data given, enter into the model, find the precision, recall, etc. But now I know a lot of steps that are so important when you do this project, and which is why I'm also able to do it better than before. Things like handling missing data, cleaning up of data, dealing with class imbalance, uh, and other things like correlation analysis. All these things I have realized are so important before even doing a project. Uh, so I think that's what I'm saying when I say each time when you do, fine, you do it, but next time when you do it, learn from the previous stuff and keep making it better. Another very important thing is there are a lot of good people or uh, your teammates who would have done it in the past. So read about, talk to them, see how others are doing it. So if a similar project was done by someone else, the best thing is to do how are everyone else doing this task, and that gives an immense amount of learning and uh, lessons to pick up. That one actually helped me a lot because I realized, oh, people use these techniques and these techniques are actually very helpful. Third is be open to feedback. Everyone is, I think, trying to help you when you are new. Even when you're not new, I think people are in general very open to help you. So be open to feedback if you have something. Uh, Talk to people and show them whatever you've done. I'm very sure this ML domain specifically is such a wide domain that people always have so many ideas to contribute to. So till now, whatever I think I've talked about is more in terms of how do you do it in isolation. Like in isolation, how can I try to improve and how can I try to learn? Now let's just try to expand it to the entire ecosystem that you are in, how you can take help from others, etc. So first thing there to do is identify the right people. I think that is a very crucial thing. As you meet new people, try to see uh, matter experts, SMEs, who are kind of good in what they do and are willing to help. That is also another thing. Uh, Good people are everywhere, but some might not be able to explain or contribute so properly. So I think identifying the right people is a very important task, people you're comfortable with, etc. Do that, take their help, talk to a lot of people, set up one-on-ones. And by a lot of people, I still mean you may start with talking with a lot of people and eventually boil down to only a few which you find really important and contributing enough. Why? Because the more the number of people, more the number of ideas, and there'll be more confusion because you're just one person doing the project. You're not going to have so much bandwidth as to do everything. So choose people wisely, but do take help. Do not do everything in isolation. Like I'm learning from 100 different courses, but the impact that is made by talking to people and showing your specific problem as to this is the result, what do I do next? And that helps more than just learning yourself. Get a mentor. We do have a mentor, like in Google we do have that facility, or it's even if not official. I think what I did personally is I told my manager it would be good if I have an ML mentor specifically, just to discuss problems, get more ideas, get reading materials, become better at what I do. And I was assigned a very willing full person who was actually happy to guide and uh, help me to just navigate through. More important when you get a mentor is you should know what you want out of a mentor. It's not like you set up a call and just expect them to uh, talk to you. I think it needs to be very thought before of what you want out of that session. So yeah, I think that would be my advice. Now coming to the tough part that nobody talks out loud. Basically, as you go through this journey, or I think whatever, even if it's not a shift of role, it's just a new job change or whatever, and things are becoming stressful. It does come learning, and a lot of learning comes with a lot of challenges as well. So imposter syndrome, I think we have all heard about it. We've all experienced it. One thing that was very helpful for me was when I did feel, and Google does come with a lot of imposter syndrome in general because you work with so smart people that you feel, oh, am I worth it? So I think one thing that helped me a lot was my friend. He asked me a question: would you prefer being a rock star and staying as a rock star in your previous team versus being a noob and learning and becoming good, good, and eventually very good? Maybe not a rock star, but becoming very good at what you do. So, out of these two, what would you prefer? You keep staying as a rock star, keep doing your work while you learn something new. And when you look back at your journey after you've become good at something else as well, you say, oh, I was a rock star in XYZ, but now I'm also very good at something very different. And that makes me so proud of myself. I think that actually motivated me to do, because sometimes we do lose motivation when we are going through a lot of work. it's important to remember what your goal is. If your goal is to stay comfortable and just enjoy the experience that you have gained in a certain comfort zone, that is also very acceptable. But if you want to also go through the hustle and learn, then it's important that you do go through it, but without taking a lot of stress, and keep reminding yourself why you chose this path. So, yeah, as I said, focus more on learning than delivering, period. I think that's very important, because oftentimes we see that I am not able to do X, Y, Z things, but you forget how much you've learned in the process. So please focus on learning as much as possible. Another thing that we often face is, oh, everyone is so smart. In my case, it would be like, everyone in my team is so expert in ML. What am I even doing? How will I be able to contribute at their level? I think that's a very important question that comes up. And the answer is, I have seen from my experience now, I can say people do value your willingness and the effort that you're making. They might not value it in terms of, as you say, monetary or etc., but they do value it in terms of the projects that they give you, the way you're in general recognized in your company. So I think making little steps is also very much visible than just being good at others. I think I have seen that as long as you're trying hard, it is very well appreciated. Second, other thing is, if I keep asking people for help, wouldn't I be undermined? So let's say I'm always asking my teammates who are really good at something they do, okay, how do you do this? How do you do that? I have done this. Can you have a look at it? It often happens. I mean, in your thoughts, you might think that wouldn't I always come out as someone who asks help? When would I be able to help others? A very good important point here is, when you are learning, I think it's natural for people to think, okay, you are learning and you might get that benefit of doubt. Otherwise, if you have spent a considerable time and still you're asking for help, it's never a bad thing to ask for help, first of all. It's very natural. A person, however experienced it is, he or she should keep growing. And for that, I think talking is important. I mean, asking is important. Obviously, the way you ask has to be different. So, what you can do is, you might have spent certain time, you might have an expertise in something, and you're trying to learn the other thing from someone else. Whenever you talk, always present yourself in a very positive way, saying, hey, I have done this, can you help me in this? And whenever you have doubt in this back end system or the code that you're developing, I'm very good at it. You can always ask me to review your C++ code. That is what I started doing, because I became good at I was kind of already good at coding, and I gained knowledge in that. So I always offer help to people, and state very firmly that, I'm already good at this, but what I'm not good at, I'm trying to improve that as well. And I think that's a wonderful thing to do. One more thing is cued work-life balance. I think the previous talk was very beautifully, it talked about the same thing, and that happens a lot when you're trying something new. In a new space, I think compromising on work-life balance, it just comes naturally. What does help here is, at Google or at anywhere else, talk about it. If you're feeling a lot of burnout, do talk about it. Like, I have 3 things that I'm working on. What should I prioritize more, and act accordingly? So I think that's a very good thing to talk with your manager or leaders or whoever, that what is at priority, and then I will only focus my energy on that. I have had a lot of experiences in the past where I was working on certain things. I did it entirely, and then it went for a waste because it was not a very important thing to do, and that actually hurts because you spent so much time on it. So what I've learned now is, I talk before starting on the project. Like, I'm going to do this. Is it important? Otherwise, I'll do something else. And that has helped me avoid a lot of rework. Next is stretch yourself. Obviously, you will have to put in the hard work, but for the right goals. If you're just stretching yourself because you want that promotion, it's fine. People have their own preferences, but I think that would be still a wrong goal, because it would lead to quick burnouts if you get disappointed. And if your goal is to get promoted, you will end up thinking after the promotion, oh, what do I do? It's a never ending process. So if you focus on learning, I think learning never stops. So keep the right goals and then stretch yourself. One important question that comes up is how to stay motivated. That happens to me a lot, which is why I've included it in here. Uh, because the moment, I think, as human beings, the moment we get disappointed on something, it becomes very hard for us to stay motivated. Something that have helped me is talk to passionate people around, and that is a very good thing I've found in my company. Is people, there are a set of people who are actually so passionate about what they do that I feel inspired from them, that to try new things and feel good about it. So I think that's important. Take breaks. Nobody's stopping you. It's your own life. I think, as we did mention in the previous talk, like, it's your life. You decide it. Nobody's going to take anything away from you. So whenever you feel like, keep taking enough breaks. Not in the day. I mean, in general. You delivered something, you take a break. Even if you didn't deliver something, it's been 2 months, take a break. And as I said before, do not stick to the end goal, but appreciate how you have grown. I think that's a very beautiful lesson I've learned, is to enjoy the journey more, or maybe as much as the destination. When we are too much focused on the destination, we do not appreciate how much you have grown compared to how you were yesterday. So I think that is very important. We do forget it, but that's the best way to stay motivated in general. And obviously, stretch yourself, make that extra effort. I think hard work is something that you anyway have to put in. No, not hard work, smart work, anything works, but basically you will have to put in the work. If you want to become good at something you were not good at, that does require a bit of a stretch. Big changes do not happen overnight, as I said. Yeah. So enjoy the journey. And I think this quote here that I've put is something that I always stuck by, and it helps me stay motivated. The world is full of people who all want the same thing, and you have to do a little extra to make them remember you. So I think, yeah, keep going. One more thing here that I wanted to mention was, to summarize everything, when I say make an extra effort, make that stretch, I think what I did as this stretch effort was, I have summarized here, is basically keep reading. So I kept reading, though not a lot, but as and when it was required, I did keep reading. I got an mentor, as I said. I learned from people around me, kept taking notes as to, okay, when this was the situation, this person took this decision and they handled it this way. This was how they looked at the problem, and it was very differently than how I look at the problem. It helps participated in a hackathon. And when I say, it's a very natural thing to participate in hackathon, but this was an ML specific hackathon. I am not really good at ML, at least at that stage I was not. Still, I just took it up to learn. And I was in a team, very good people, and I was actually able to, we were actually able to do it very nicely. So that was a actually stretch effort that I made. Uh, and it went fine, and I learned a lot of stuff in the process of how to prepare data, how to train models, how to evaluate models. So it was real fun. And the last thing is, I gathered courage to take up a side project. By side project, I mean not as a part of the normal stuff that you do, as a hobby project sort of, but a hobby project at work, where you're just trying to see if something works. After all, it's ML, and it's all based on experimentation and research. Also, one more thing I would like to mention is, ML space is very different from the backend space, because you might not get results every time, and that is the only reason why it sometimes turns out to be very disappointing. You do a lot of work, and it might not get good results, and it goes for a waste. And this does not happen in coding projects that we do. So, by this, I would just like to summarize it by saying that be open to feedback in general when you're shifting to something new. Compare your version of how you were yesterday to how you are today. Do not focus on the entire end goals entirely. Like, also appreciate the little wins that you make each day, the little steps that you make each day. I think you need to give a pat uh, on yourself for growing every day. That is very important. And with this, I would like to open up for any questions that we have. And once again, thank you for joining in.
Well, I guess Shivangi is just out of. Uh, I can just take the lead. So first of all, thank you, Zeel. It was such an enlightening session there. So the way that you managed through like from the back end to like ML and also like that to in Google there. So it's such an inspiring story. And how do you like just told about the motivation that you will be like the one person should have up and the task that you should have it. So it's just like you just pointed out like the key takeaways that you should have. So it's just super inspiring there. I do have like a lot of key takeaways from your session, and I will be like implementing all of them in my own career path there. So thanks for that. All.
Thanks, Gaurav. Thank you so much. Glad I could help.
Yeah. I guess I can just take it forward. So you can just leave. Uh, and also like there were. Uh, okay. Yeah, she has left. So okay. Well, moving on. I'm sure like this is like the time that you have been waiting for. And can you guess like, oh, okay. So it's already on the stage. I was just about to ask like, can you guess like what's the next thing that we'll be having up? And I was about to wait, but yeah, it's a so I see uh, people have just turned off and say up. So I won't be just taking up much more of your time there and just doing magging up. So let's just move on to the fun activity. Over to you, Supriya and Priyal.
Thank you, Gaurav. Hi, everyone. I'm so excited to be part of IWD celebrations this time. I'm Supriya, GDG co-organizer and WTM ambassador for Hubli. I also work as a software engineer at Sony. To host the amazing icebreaker session today that we have prepped for you, I have Priyal along with me. Hi, Priyal.
Hey Supriya, hey everyone. So I am back with another icebreaker session activity. It is so exciting to be with host this session with you and all of you everyone.
Amazing. Well, as we know, Priyal has done this once already, so she's already pumped up and excited. I am also very excited, but we don't know if you are or not. So please use emojis or stickers in the comments section to let us know your level of excitement, and then we'll start soon. We
Can
would
we have
love
a
to
just
see some
dance up?
comments coming up.
Amazing to see the comments. Let's just get started. So Supriya, I'm curious about what is that icebreaker session is all about.
Well, we already have one session which was fun and exciting. Now we'll be moving on towards a little more technical side. We have a technical quiz for you today. We have 10 questions and it will be on Slido. Any answers and quickest answers and the right answers will win you amazing and exciting swags. Yeah, so let's move on.
That sounds interesting. So before we start it, there are few points to note. Slido link will be shared and you have to use your laptop or mobile to log on to the slido.com and attend the quiz. By logging into the Slido, you can use your username and email. This will help us to reach out to distribute your goodies and any questions. You have 20 seconds to answer each questions. Have fun and good luck.
All right, then.
So
So this is your QR code, and you can scan it using your phones. If you're joining in through laptop, please log on to slido.com and enter the code 839363 to access the quiz. And once you're done, please give us a thumbs up or type in ready in the chat so we know most of you have logged in and we can start the quiz.
hurry up, people.
Priyal, while we wait, you did host the icebreaker session first time. How was your experience doing it?
My experience was amazing to host the puzzle questions, and people are very intelligent to answer the jump up very easily at to one at a time.
That is
I'm
amazing.
hoping that this time will people will mark the answer as fast as possible.
Well, fastest fingers and the right answers will be winning you swags. So please be quick about it. And like Priyal said, you will have 20 seconds to answer your questions. We see a lot of names coming up on the screen here. Hi, everyone. I think we'll wait
Supriya,
for. Yes, Priya.
I think we need to wait more few seconds and we will start it.
Sure. Yes. We'll just wait for like 5 to 10 seconds and we'll move on. Wow, it's so nice to see all the names here. It feels like you're live and I'm talking to you right now. We have around 66 and more with each passing second.
68. Hurry up.
All right, Priyal, I think we can get started.
Yeah. Just need to wait 1 or 2 seconds more. I think people are already joining.
Yes, sure.
'82, '83. Supriya, what do you think? We have a 72 approx live watching and 86 logged in the Slido. What is going on?
I didn't know that until you told. I'm not sure. I think it's like luck for everyone, and some golmaal is happening with YouTube, and now it's Lido. It's fun.
Yeah.
Priyal, I think we'll get started.
Yeah, Supriya.
Yeah. All right. Get ready, guys, for your first question. Here it is.
The first version of Flutter was known as Codename and ran on the Android operating system. Sky, Cloud, Ren, and Flut. What will be the answer? And the time up. I hope all of you have marked their answers and people voted the most of the answers is Sky and after that is Flut, Cloud, and Ren. Let's reveal the answer. I think the answer is Sky. Most of the people has voted for the Sky. Congratulations.
Amazing. Good job for everyone who voted Sky. Now let's move on to the next question. Which of the following is not part of Web Core Vitals? LCP, largest contentful paint, FID, first input delay, CLS, cumulative layout shift, and PSI, page speed index. Remember, you have to be fast and you have to give the right answers. And your time is almost up. All right. Amazing. Here we see a varied amount of votes. It'll be interesting to see which is the right one. And the right one is page speed index. The 12% of the people, good job.
Amazing. Let's jump to the next question. Which AI technique enables the computers to understand the associations and relationships between objects and events? Heuristic processing, cognitive science, relative symbolism, pattern matching. You have a few seconds to answer this. Please mark your answer. We have 3, 2, 1, and 0. Most of the people voted pattern matching. I think pattern matching would be the answer as per the majority. What do you think, Supriya?
Well, let's wait and see.
Okay, let's reveal the answer. Amazing.
It is pattern matching. All right, let's move on to the next question. Which group of ranking factors do SEOs generally consider to have the largest influence on rankings? Is it engagement matrix, social shares, link based metrics, or exact domain matches? Priyal, what would be your answer?
I am confused between social shares and link based metrics. Let's see.
Oh, this also has a varied and almost equal amount of votes. The highest is engagement matrix. Are you right? Let's see. Well done for the 22% of people who answered the right answer, which is link based metrics. Congratulations.
Now let's move on to the next question. Which of the following is not a nickname of any Android version? Donut, muffin, honeycomb, cupcake. Supriya, you are foodie, so which option do you vote for?
Well, if I had the option and if these were actual eating items, I would go for all of them.
That is great. People voted muffin. Hope that muffin would be the correct one. Yeah, that got right. Congratulations, people.
All right, let's move on. We have a few more questions for you. Which one of the following cloud concepts is related to sharing and pooling the resources? Is it polymorphism, virtualization, abstraction, or computing? Please be fast and answer right to win your swags. And time's up. The highest vote is for virtualization. Are you right? Yes, you are. Congratulations and well done.
Amazing. Now, moving on to the next question. What is the term for the task of automatically extracting structured information from unstructured, semi structured, machine readable documents and other electronically represented sources? Natural processing language, information extraction, name entity recognition, information retrieval. I know the question is a bit large, but hope you mark the answers. I think people guess this and mark this answer because the question is a bit large, so can easily understand. Information abstraction, yeah, that is great.
Congrats, everyone. Let's move on to the next one. How much data is produced every day in 2021? 2.5 quintillion bytes, 8.3 quintillion bytes, 21.6 quintillion bytes, or is it 19.7 quintillion bytes? Priyal, what do you think?
I don't know the exact answer. I'm still thinking, but here the time's up.
All right. Let's see if the 42% of people are right, or 11, or 32, or 14. And yes, the option is A, 2.5 quintillion bytes. Congratulations to all of you.
Okay, that is great. Now moving on to the next question. Which of the below is not used to represent data? Waterfall chart, Miko chart, heat map, Kanban. Hurry up, people. We have few seconds to left. Mark your answer and win the quiz. And people mostly voted Kanban. I hope Kanban is the right answer.
Yes, it is. Kanban is the right answer. All right, you have one last chance to gain points and win swags. So here is your last question of the icebreaker. The main traits of a project are ongoing activity to create product, service, or results. The result, time limit, goal oriented, a project manager, project team, stakeholders, or is it contract and SLA? Priyal, last question. What is your opinion?
My option is goes to B.
Let's see. And most of the people have voted for B. But is it right though?
I
Yes,
think
it
it is
is.
right.
Yes, it is. Well done, everyone. And that was the last question for the icebreaker session here. And I'm very inquisitive to know who have won, who are the top 10 or who are the top 5. I'm sure you are too. So without further ado, here is the leaderboard.
Congrats, Anu Mishra. You have won this quiz. And Sahil Rahman, Sarika Prajapati, Lubana Sara, and Prerna. Congratulations to all of you folks who have participated and had a lot of fun.
That is amazing. And the Slido also is giving us which was the hardest question, which had 12% of you answer. And that was which of the following is not a part of Core Web Vitals. Congrats again once for all of you. And since you have shared your names and email IDs with us, we will be contacting you for sending swags and such. Priyal, how did you enjoy the event so far?
I enjoyed very well and love to see such informative questions.
We would also like to know how much you enjoyed, and congratulations again to all the winners. Let us know in the comments section by using emojis and stickers to let us know if you've enjoyed this event. Yes.
And at the end, we wanted to thank you. You have had assuming time to spend together, and you can use your hashtag WTM India 2022, hashtag IWD India 2022, and do tag at the rate WTM India on Twitter using all the hashtags. Thank you,
Yes.
everyone.
Once again, thank you everyone, and enjoy the rest of the session.
Thank you, Priyal and Supriya, for the amazing fun activity. Now let's move on to the most awaited section of the event. Being a woman, running a business was always daunting. I never imagined that I would have my own startup. I always look up to other entrepreneurs and try to learn from them. And today we have some amazing entrepreneurs with us. I would love to welcome Usha to the stage to welcome our amazing panelists.
Hello, everyone. Namaste, and welcome back to panel discussion. Today, we will talk to some of the most inspiring community leaders from the GDG WTM community. Thank you to the host, actually, for giving me this opportunity. I hope we make the most of the little time that we have and inspire people to take up entrepreneurship in these trying times. At a time when many students and professionals are considering different options of work away from their 9 to 5 jobs, like work from home options or freelancing or side hustles or starting up, it's a good time to talk about the motivations, the challenges, the resources, and the support that is available for entrepreneurs today. So, and what better way to learn from entrepreneurs who are already there to share their time for the sake of communities, build and nurture them to make them grow. So, without much ado, let's dive right in. We have with us Paresh Mayani from GDG Ahmedabad, who runs Sol Gurus, Antariksh from Danalytic, who runs GDG Cloud Pune, Savi Jain from GDG WTM Indore, who runs Kofiato, and Simple from GOVO Healthcare Private Limited, and he is running GDG Madurai chapter. Welcome to all of you amazing people to the entrepreneurship panel. I'm so glad I'm hosting all of you.
Glad to be here and thank you for the opportunity.
Great. So, uh,
Thanks, Usha.
firstly, I want,
Yeah.
yeah. Firstly, I wanted to ask all of you, like, what are your motivations to start your company? And what is the kind of work you do? And what excites you to come to work every day? So I would like to ask you one after the other. So first, Paresh, can you go ahead with this? So can you share a
Okay.
bit?
Sure. So it's already been more than 12 to 13 years. I was doing job. So like there were almost all the challenges I tackled. So one day I asked my previous company organization boss that is there anything that I can, try out. So I actually wanted to try out creating my team or creating something from scratch. And that is the only challenge left. So I started my own.
Wonderful. That's a great start. Antariksh, would you want to go next, actually?
Yeah, so the things that it's when I started in 2017, this company, Danletic. So I was another offer from one of the fan company. That's the international offer that I got, and the only thing that motivates me ki will get the job another way around anyway if I fail in my startup or the company that I'm going to start. So this decision I take almost around 12 years of IT experience. I was worked with the multiple organizations previously. So I just think, okay, let's start one thing, let's do it. And if it's not, then see what's next. So that is the only thing. Until today, I'm learning new things from my company every day. I learn everything from my each and every employees that we have, and that's
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. Savvy, can you share about your motivations to start your company, the kind of work that you do, and what brings you to work every day?
Thanks, Usha. So I started Kofiato when there were a lot of things that in my previous job. So I was a data scientist in my like before I started the company. There were a lot of things which the companies did. It was basically services company, and there were a lot of things that companies did which I felt I could do better. I could give better experience to people. I wanted that kind of control to do better things. So that's how I ended up starting Kofiato. We help startups build tech. Basically, not all the founders or all the companies in their beginning stage have that kind of technical expertise to build technical products or build whatever is needed. Like so, we provide the end-to-end service to them. And apart from Kofiato, I also have a small art business where I make handicrafts and DIY artsy stuff. I make handmade soaps from like chemical-free soaps. I make watercolor paints, arts, and so basically two businesses. And it's been an amazing journey.
Wonderful. More power to you. Do very nice, actually. Serial entrepreneur there then. Coming to you, actually, Senthil. Please do share about yourself.
See, I work in a lot of electronics and hardware companies. So the whole idea of me starting entrepreneurship is I'm always passionate to solve my community problem. So I used to have a lot of this prototyping thing and win competition, but I don't want to stop there. After winning competition, again you're not actually really implementing it. You build some product for competition and you win that. After that, again you go for a traditional thing. So but for me, I decided that one problem I'll take for my community and solve it and build a commercial model across that. That's what my entrepreneurship started. Another thing is there are a lot of brain drain happen in a smaller town. People start moving to the bigger city. So one motivation for me is, can I come back to my hometown and build a startup and prove that you can able to solve global problem sitting in a smaller town. So that is a motivation for me to quit the job and start a company in my hometown.
Wow, so inspiring. In fact, I should tell you that even I operate from a small town. I'm an entrepreneur from a small town, actually. And just like you said, I wanted to solve the local problems that are around me with technology. And that has been my motivation to come into entrepreneurship. And again, it's so heartening to see how we can, in our small ways, help people from around us, graduates who are trying to figure out something, going to bigger towns or not finding jobs, our own small ways, being an entrepreneurs ourselves, by providing jobs in whatever way, by providing ups, by helping them upskill, we also can help doing our little bit. Going I would want to ask each of you a little bit around your business, so that the intention of this panel today is to help youngsters, especially freelancers or people who are trying to see if entrepreneurship is an option for us, and to motivate them that it's not like so fancy actually, but at least by sharing our stories genuinely, so that's the intention. Firstly, I would like to ask you, Paresh. So your company is relatively new. So when did you start, and what have been your two biggest learnings through this year?
Awesome. So we wanted to start 2 years back, but then pandemic started, and then we dropped idea for time being, like let's wait for some time, and then try it out. So we waited for a year, and then we tried. I mean, we are tired that, like, we are not sure like when this pandemic would be ended, right? So let's try it right now. So we started last year, and then there were, basically, to answer your question, we faced two challenges, and we just kept on focusing on those two challenges. First is to build a great team, right? So
Mm-hmm.
that would help you in solving the problems and making the deliveries. And second challenge that we faced is to build the portfolio and then get the clients onboarded. So first thing, like, regarding building the team, so we just focus on that. And first, I will definitely proudly say and talk about that is, like, we are now 20 plus, yet not a year completed. How we build that? We implemented certain processes, like taking scrum call in the morning, and then uh, like practical demo, no bullshit, no text, nothing. You just show what you have done today. So that kind of processes and standardized practices and code review, code merging, and that standard practices we have implemented across the departments, and everyone is proud to work with Soul Gurus. And we are 20 plus now, and 5 are in the joining queue. So hopefully, like, by our first end of first year, which is ending in June, so by the end of first year we would be 25 plus. So that is first thing. Second thing is, like, we started completely from scratch, right? And that was the pandemic time. And and then, why we started during the pandemic time, we saw there is a boom in the IT demands, right? Everyone is now expecting something online, online marketplace, or let's say online recording, online booking, and etc. I mean, this was buzzing word, right? So
Correct.
now we build our portfolio completely from scratch. Like, we didn't take any references from our previous organization or previous any startups that we have worked with. So we started completely from scratch. We have built our portfolio with the solutions we have provided, and with the case studies that we have explored so far. So we built that from scratch, and now currently we are working on four different projects, and two are in the queue completely. So those two challenges we have tackled. To summarize this, we have tackled via culture, standardized practices, right mentorship and guidance to our team members who are with us. So, and there are a lot of other things like perks, employee perks, 5 days a week policy, and then there are, like, we are doing 13 salary actually instead of 12. One or two we are giving as a bonus. So I mean, there are a lot of perks and these all offerings, due to which we are now 25 plus and having clients in hands, and looking forward to work with many more milestones.
Wonderful. I think that is where we bring our experience from, working or our association with big companies like Google or Amazon, or our
Right.
experience actually, because we look into it, we see some practices actually, and then we come back to our businesses in the way we can give back actually. And that is so encouraging actually. That is going to be the next gen of companies. And
Right.
obviously the growth, the atmosphere, the ambience, and the best practices, I should say, are all totally kept, and that is what is motivating. And people are staying back actually. They are
Mhm.
staying back to work and get the
Yes,
exposure.
absolutely.
Thank you for
Yeah.
sharing that. Also, I would like to take another question with you, which is, how do you think, being a community leader for quite some time, you have been a community leader for 10 plus
10 plus
years.
years. Yes.
Yes. So, what do you think? Some of the things that you wish somebody they did well, or they're not doing enough, or should students or young professionals they should utilize the time actually in their college life or their early career life, that so that they can have a more opportunities, better career. So, what do you
Mhm.
think around this?
Okay, so I have been delivering talks here and there. I mean, across the borders, like, and during that, I always used to talk about this. Like, when I deliver a talk or when I go to students' community, I always suggest like, so look at. I mean, recently I also posted an article on the same. Look at the market trends, right? So let's say, for example, these days people are talking about Flutter, React, Node, Vue.js, and NFT is also booming. Web3 basically. So just look at the market trends, form a group, and just try to solve a problem, any random problem. Let's say online doctor patient appointment, and then online consultation, or let's say online learning and online classrooms. So just try to solve a problem that you think would solve a would provide a solution to the community problem, as Senthil just mentioned, right? So at the end of the day, you will be in profit. How? If you solve a problem, and if you get early users, and if your idea gets cracked, then you have your own startup. If it
Correct.
is not the case, then you are already in the profit. How? Because you have tried implementing latest set of technologies, let's say Flutter, React, and Node, right? So you have explored that, so you are standing out from the crowd, and you will have better opportunity to get a job in the reputed organizations, because you have tried solving out and you are already standing apart from the crowd. So that I would always
Absolutely.
suggest, like, to college students, like, form a group, like
Mm-hmm.
take a small problem, work on it together. Like, one can be business analyst, one can be a developer, a React developer, Node developer, and just form a group, and then divide and conquer basically, and then try to solve out that problem. It's not always necessary that you build a code. I mean, it's completely fine. You just do the research, build build a wireframe or prototyping, showcase it to some experienced person, and then get it validated, and then build it exactly.
So well said, actually. I can relate to what you said. Instead of waiting for, opportunities to come our way, this is our way to pave the way so that, people recognizes for the work that we do, the kind of problems that we are solving, and then they approach us. So from being the seeker, it is like we have to be the most sought after. I think that's what you summarized it very well.
Yes.
Thank you
Yeah.
for sharing
Thank
that.
you.
Yeah. I would like to ask you, Antariksh, actually, uh, about your business, actually, some of the best practices that you actually swear by going through, you have been in business for the last 5 years, as I hear you. So, is that correct? So,
Yes, yes.
what do you think are some of the best practices you actually swear by? You go by it, actually.
So the best practices that we follow in our organization, see, as Paresh said, we build a portfolio, we did everything is right. They remove the traditional interview taking process. They just put the live hands-on things. That is the best practice that we also follow in our organization. And
Great.
for the result thing, for the things about, if we talk about the business, see, I never did a single sales pitch in my entire 5 years. Okay, the business that I
Single?
got, I not a single sales pitch I give in my entire 5 years of career. Okay,
Okay.
I even we don't have a BD, business development, or a we don't
Officer.
have any salesperson. We don't have any marketing team. Okay, the
Great.
business that we got till today, that is only for the references.
References. Yeah.
Okay, and in this, the best practice that is I follow. I always told to my every employees that you just start working on it. Okay, there are two ways. If I am the experienced one, there might be chances I can do the same thing in a 1 day. If you are a lesser experienced or you don't know, might be chances you will take another 3 to 4 days, but you
Correct.
definitely do it. And that should not be the case. No, it's not possible. that is not the right answer. It's not possible. And the first thing, always try, always complete, okay, and don't stop until it's complete. There is a single statement that we follow in our organization, and everybody straight straightforward is working with that. And when we started, we are the only two people. That's me and my wife. Now we have almost around 128 people's team in Pune. We
Arey
have
wow.
three offices altogether, and in a 4 years we have grown this. And the first iteration we got in our company, that was the last year, because that person wants to start his own business. That's the only reason. And till today, we have never seen someone has left our company.
That's amazing, actually. Yeah, so nice. I think the kind of atmosphere you have in your office encourages it, actually, the growth oriented, and there is so much positive ambience actually for growth, for development, for uh, their career advancement, and all that. That they see that it is good. Yeah.
Exactly.
Can you share some of the tips and suggestions that you think somebody told youngsters of today, or you see in your communities actually? Somebody, they're doing something fundamentally wrong, and if these are told, somebody just told them before they stepped into their professional career, actually, it would be very great for them. So, what comes to your mind for that,
So,
actually?
so when I just talk about I told you my first hiring about that. So the first person that we hired from the community through the Dev Fest. Okay. And one person came to me, okay, Antriksh, I just do these kind of things. Can you just give me a job? I'm a little ready to get the job and to get the place. I don't have that particular CGPA. I'm not able to clear. Okay, no worries. So he just came to that time I was not having any office. So me and my wife just working from our home. So I just invited him, and he just said, okay, I can do this task that you are doing for one of your clients. So, and we hired him. And the other things that I can give the suggestion, it's not a suggestion, it's a simple best practice, you can say. You just start these things. And suppose if somebody talks, okay, I just want to go into the fan companies, we have to go with the competitive programming, we have to go with the learn new things, directly jump over the data science, directly jumps toward the Flutter. No, it won't work altogether. It never works. You just start working with your basics. Always make sure your basics should be strong. Whether you are using, if you are into the product development, you should have the good domain knowledge. If you are into the software industry, you should have your programming skills should be very strong. Your analytical things should be very strong. Your fundamentals should be very strong. So a
Correct.
simple straightforward statement: if you are writing a code, nobody can point it out your code is wrong. If you are building a product, there should be no one who can point it out this product won't work in the market. That should be the simple faith you should have in yourself, and definitely you will achieve it.
Amazing. Thank you for sharing that. I'm sure a lot of us are listening and taking note of these best practices.
Thank you.
Yeah. Going on, actually, Savvy, I want to ask you. You said you were in IT and you're solving for the local for some problems that you felt you can do better. So, talk to me about how this pandemic affected you, and how did you pivot, or did it help shape your growth, or how has the journey been, actually?
So pandemic was difficult in general for all the businesses, but
Mm-hmm.
specifically for IT, we have grown. All the people that I know who have like early stage businesses in IT, like a couple of other, so I'm connected to a lot of entrepreneur groups, a lot of people who have started their own company in the last 5 years, and everybody's company has grown. IT has grown, grown crazy. People from like 5 people teams have grown to 50 people teams in the past 3 years. And not just teams, their revenues have increased, their the clientele that they approached has grown. And so the pandemic brought in the opportunity and the ease of access to more people. And so on both the sides, like companies are able to hire from like a larger pool, because people are also okay offering remote jobs. If you want people to come into a second tier city like Indore, people from the neighboring cities, they are okay. But people from maybe say, sometimes 400 kilometers apart, they are like, we don't want to come. But now it like with all the things that went through pandemic, people are okay accepting remote applicants. People can hire, and even for the people who are applying for jobs, they have like a larger opportunity, larger pool of resources, and the market is very competitive. So the only thing that you like need to maintain is provide that kind of atmosphere, as Paresh, as Antriksh said. You provide that kind of environment for your employees to make them feel that they are valued, not just your clients but also your employees. So that kind of mindset helps.
Yeah, absolutely. So well said. So, what do you think actually are some of the best practices, for any business development, even though from different backgrounds? But what do you think are the best practices?
So I would say constantly upskill yourself. There are a lot of freely available resources. Even like go for paid resources, free resources. That is not the concern. But constantly upskill. You can never say I don't know this thing. I how much does it take? Do a one night all nighter and learn the product, learn the skill, whatever is needed. So what is stopping you? You're like just upskill yourself, like whatever is needed. You don't know designing, go and learn designing. 2 days, do a binge watch and they get hands on and learn. You don't know business development, talk to 5 people out there who are doing good in their jobs, get best practices for them. Like talk to people, network, upskill yourself. uh, Talk to other people like on the platforms like Lunch Club, Clubhouse, not endorsing those products, but it is an easier platform to meet people remotely. I am a networking person. I have always been a community and networking person. I have attended and organized more than 100 plus events. So meeting all these people offline was amazing. After the
Correct.
pandemic, you get to meet like people on Lunch Club, Intro Club, or Clubhouse, or like whatever different platforms you get to do. Now that we have started offline events as well, go connect, reach people. So I think like network and upskill is like two most things that you can do to uh, learn, because you don't come like if you say I am not from IT background, I cannot code. Dude, you're not from IT background, you were like in school and after that you learned, no? So you don't come like in Hindi we would say कि बचपन से थोड़ी सीख के आते हैं. You can always learn. So do that. Yeah.
Thanks for sharing that. Absolutely. Like there is a lot of, just as you rightly said, there is a lot of mismatch between what is taught in college and what is to be, taken up at the job actually. And that finishing school sort of thing, that we have to do it. We have to put that bridge actually between this two, so that it works as a good takeoff for our career actually. So identify what we are passionate about and choose, do some upskilling in that. That will be able to position ourselves. So well said.
One more
Thank
thing
you.
I would like to add, just one more thing I would like to add.
Sure.
So don't fear of, don't like try to overcome that imposter thing, that what if I won't be able to perform? What if my company does not give me that raise? Or what if I'm not good at that? Somebody becomes an artist after 10,000 hours of putting in work. So don't fear that hard labor. If you work hard enough, you will succeed. That that thing.
Yes, absolutely. So
So
well said. That very well
that's
put.
where I suggested, right? Sorry to interrupt. So that's where I suggested, like, just try out solving problems. At the end of the day, you will be in the profit for sure, either A side or side B. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yes,
Yes.
Susan.
Yes. Thank you for that. So Senthil, I would like to ask you actually, what have been your motivations for starting up from small town? Uh, so actually, I want to share with the audience. I know all of us know Senthil, but he has been running a social enterprise sort of thing, and even it was covered by Google actually. So he is the star of our community, has been promoted and was encouraged actually, and it is because he chose to start up from a small town and opt for technology, and you started using both of this combination to help people around him in for some social cause. So yes, Senthil, can you share more about that?
Yeah, I think if you see all this, like, panelists, they're all like, doing their entrepreneurship where the place it's hard. Okay, it difficult to find it. So similar journey, like, my entire journey started. I was in Bangalore. I I was part of the community. I was really enjoying every week. I learned a lot of new things. So can I do the similar thing in my hometown? That's how I started a GDG Madurai in there. So one big thing I found is like there is no tech community there. Okay, and there are few companies, and most of the people are talented people. They are moving out of the city. Okay, and I find it a lot of business are available. They need tech solution. Okay, they have a lot of problem, but for every project or every product they want, they can go to Chennai and bring those companies here to serve them. So I found in smaller town there is a big opportunity. And another thing is, in smaller town you will get a chance to work very close to your customer. Okay,
Correct.
because the customer, one of the thing is there's no competitor, and smaller towns are very good place to do pilots. And your cost of living is good. See, as a startup, as an entrepreneur, your initial days, you are doing lot of trial and error, because you really don't know what is your market. You know some problem, you're trying to build a solution for it, but you really don't know what is your market, how the customer pay. Lot of question is as an entrepreneur early stage. So I thought, if I'm in Bangalore building the same thing, my cost of living is very high. Okay, so I can do all this experimentation in a smaller town, closely working with the customer. Another thing is, every competitor company, they build a product for the premium urban market. So they only target 25 percentage of the entire customer base. And tier 2, tier 3, one advantage is, if I build a product in a tier 2 market, I can use it on the bottom of the pyramid, like rural audience. Same product can be utilized in the metro cities also. Okay, but in metro city they have to again redo the product, do a lot of optimization to bring it to the thing. When they reaches the big market share, the next thing is go move to the smaller town. So building, even I encourage a lot of entrepreneur, build your company in a smaller town. It adds a lot of value. Okay, you are in like a sandwich. You can go to the, take the product to the urban market, and same in the rural market. And a lot of big company will acquire you. You can have a good exit story when you build a company in a smaller town. Because if a big company, they want to expand, let us assume big company want to penetrate to the smaller town, and they really don't know the market. This is where you are be a part of the acquisition channel. So they want to be acquire you, and then they want to expand the market. So as a startup also, the big success story of any startup is good acquisition. You have a decent acquisition, then people, investors start believing you. Okay, because investor only make money when the startup get acquired, or if startup is going public. So the IPO is almost 10-year 15-year journey. But as early stage of entrepreneurship, one or two company, if you're able to give good exit, and the entrepreneur, the investor will trust you, believe you, and your second third company, you will get no problem in the cash flow. So for me, my motivation is, one of thing is, I can get a chance to work closely with my customer, and cost of living is good, and my product can be scalable in any market. So this is the one main reason I started building in smaller town. And lot of passionate people will be they are available. Due to some family constraint, they are in their hometown very passionate. And again, for the attrition, like people are like, you are the opportunity for them. So you provide opportunity, so they love to stand with you. And happy that everyone concerned about the team, because any business, the team is a core thing. How you are making happy, that is where they are going to give back to you beyond salary, all those things. It's all relationship, building a family. So that you will get lot in the smaller town.
I absolutely, agree to every point that you said, and you have put it so well. Actually, coming from a small town myself, I see actually that the problems of attrition or the other problems that big corporates talk about are no longer there with us, because it is only about keeping them happy, or it's only about giving them more opportunities, about growth. And then when they see that there is growth with this company, why would they go, away from their family and in a new, because the challenges in a bigger towns or even in metros are very they even don't save money actually. So it makes so much sense. It is just because there are not enough opportunities in small towns that people go to bigger town. But with this advancement of technology, the intervention of IT, I hope and I wish actually lots and lots of people like us stand up, start up actually, and help others around us, so that we together can do some good giving back to our country, or in
Yes,
some
yes.
way or the other.
Yeah, see, even
So
5 year before I planned, like a lot of people has to come back, but COVID also really helped me. Like now everyone is in the smaller town and hiring is easy, and people are low, no, because they suddenly feel 50 to 40% savings, the lifestyle, and they have a better food quality. But in a smaller town now able to, like, COVID is like, driven that journey. People are moved to the smaller town nowadays.
yeah, there is this
Senthil
saying.
is
They say a mind that is stretched by new experience will not go back to its previous this one. So now they saw
yes.
that they can have the best of both worlds, be with their family and enjoy the comfort of their job and all that. So everybody is in today's time and age trying to look for options, which is a win-win for them in every situation. And I think we as entrepreneurs come in at that point wherein we can leverage that and make good opportunity and help people. So it's a win-win, I believe. Thank you. Thank you for sharing that, Senthil. So I would like to ask one final question to all of you. Actually, please share one message that you want everyone to go from this panel discussion. If what comes to your mind when we ask? Uh, there are a lot of people aspiring to be entrepreneurs. So, with that perspective, what is the one thing that you want to leave our attendees with?
I would like to say, so I'll start. Uh, Entrepreneurship is generally a very lonely journey. So just have faith in yourself and have faith in your partners to, like, they are there to support you. And yeah, have faith in yourself and keep working towards whatever you are trying to work on, and don't fear to pivot if needed. Don't be like, don't get married to your idea. Believe in that idea, and if it takes you to wherever, just go with the flow.
So well said. Yeah. Paresh, what comes to your mind?
Sure. So, as I said, like after doing job for 12 years, so I was like, I was in my comfort zone. So, as Savi just mentioned, like, right? So, don't stay in your comfort zone. Just move out from your comfort zone and try out something challenging, and that will help you in learning and exploring a new horizon of the particular domain or particular problem. So, I would suggest, like, I mean, I was literally worried about like what would happen, how I would, survive, and what about all EMIs and everything, and what not of. So, I mean, what all different stuffs that would come on our way. But we just started, and then every problem has a solution, right? Everyone used to say that every problem has a solution. So, like problems are coming and like solutions are being done on the way. So don't worry, just as Savi just mentioned, have a faith in yourself, and stay passionate and keep on learning and exploring.
Absolutely. So well said. Antariksh, what do you think of?
I totally agree with the Savvy and the Paresh. Just start. Don't think you will fail or pass in this in your idea or in your product or in your company, whatever it is. You're starting. Just start. And definitely, I believe in this statement. If you start with the self faith in yourself, you will definitely succeed. And for the, I have seen so many of the young people, those who running behind the funding. So I always said to everyone, don't run behind the funding until and unless you have the good product, until and unless you have the good market tractions, at least in your local area. Don't run behind the uh, funding. If you need the funding to build the tech, at least, and if you are building it, let's start something, learn new thing in that tech and build something new. And
Absolutely. Yeah,
that's
about
how.
funding, I believe that that's a great point there. A lot of people think IT businesses need funding and all that. Actually, it's not entirely true. Or if we can, so what do you think on this? Actually, so there are a lot of people, I believe, actually, who can invest if the idea is good. So, what is your take on that?
So my take is on that, like, you need no need to be start the fund, get the funding. You will never get the, nobody will get the funding on a very first day. Okay, you have to be build a product, at least a MVP that can impress the investors. Very simple statement. If somebody is putting the money into that, he is not a fool, right? Whether it's a VC, whether it's an angel or anything, if they are putting their money, if they have the money to invest in the idea or the product, they are not fool. So first, at least build a MVP. Prove yourself. Yes, if I can build, then I can sell also. And if you cannot sell your idea or the product, you cannot be entrepreneur. Very straightforward statement. You should be very good into the pitching your things into the positive way what you are doing. I have so many people reach me and say, could you please do the funding or could you just connect with some investors? I try, but if I ask, okay, just give me a pitch of the 10 minutes of your idea or product, and if they are blank, I cannot ask my connections to just put the money into their ideas or the product. So,
Absolutely. Thanks for sharing.
at least prove yourself.
Correct.
Okay, because you started it, that was your dream to become into the startup journey, to leaving behind your 9 to 5 comfort level job. You think I'll start the job, I'll do the startup, and startup is not the luxury. It's required a lot and lot of patience. Years of patience is required. And multiple sleepless nights is required to run a company. It's not easy. So Paresh knows because he reached 0 to 20 in a year. He knows how many sleepless night is there. Sevi knows, Senthil
16
knows.
hours per day, 14 to
Every,
16
Sleepless
hours.
nights and dark circles, but don't fear those.
yes.
Absolutely. Thanks for sharing that. Of course, the funding and investment is a entirely different topic altogether. Very deep, in fact. Yes, for another
And
day.
Usha, one more
Senthil,
thing
yes.
for the funding. Yeah, for the funding. See, it is concept selling. Okay, see, you have a product, selling the product to the customer itself difficult because you have a tangible product which you can sell to the customer. That's self difficult. For the investment or funding, you are selling a concept which you don't have a product. You are telling them that I'm going to build it. Okay, so
Correct.
you need a meaningful pitch. Your investors are actually your first customer. You have to believe, and you are not having any product. You are telling, I'm going to build a product, give a money. So it's really hard task. But as an entrepreneur, you are not limited to this funding. Say, I'm not getting funding, so I can't do anything. You're not limited to that. There are a lot of grant opportunities are available. Okay, not if you're not able to crack in India, if you go outside, it's all online nowadays. So as an entrepreneur nowadays, every country like Startup India, every country have a scheme. See, initially in my journey, I try to access all this Startup India thing. India is a huge competition. No, winning such a competition is very challenging. You always come to the fourth place. The three place has a cash prize. First place has a funding opportunity. You always come that fourth place. So what I decided is same effort. Can I do it in Singapore? When I do it in Singapore, there's no competitor, and all the funding monies are in dollars. In India, it is rupees, it's a dollar. So I identify, okay, the same effort, same energy, but I'm getting good money here as a grant. So this is where, as an entrepreneur, you have to find a route to get the basic initial funding. Once your model is proven, people are liking product, good testimonial, and investor will follow. And any investment happens purely through relationship. Either the investor should be your alumni or some kind of a relationship, okay, or they are from your hometown, whatever. Most of the investment happens just through the relationship. So as a founder, your role is, if you want to get a funding, build a relationship with the people. People are investing because they know you. That's the main thing.
Correct. Thanks for sharing that. That's so important, actually, to that perspective to, and I think that is where we come in as entrepreneurs, because we are used to seeing a lot of failure. So if now one thing doesn't work, pivot, दूसरा try करें. That doesn't work, something else. Something has to work. There is no option to give up, actually, and that is the spirit we all have been used to, trying again. Senthil, so what is the one message that you want to leave our audience with?
See, if you're starting any business, okay, it's a 5 year journey. You should be ready for committed 5 years. Because after 5 year only, you know that this is a successful business or failed business. Okay. You can't do business on 1 year. I just started, it's not happening, then jump into the next business, and it's not also happening. The business never happen in that manner. You have to dedicate 5 year. But I can guarantee you that anyone want to be an entrepreneur, amount of learning you will get is tremendous. Okay, you're not limited to write a code. As you know, Andrex say that I do pitch. I never done a pitch in my life. Now I have to do. And Paresh say like, I learned how to engage the team and talk to people. Paresh might be a good technical person, but he learned other skill. Might be Paresh know how to do financial model. Okay, Savi know that I know my basic networking. Now I need to build relationship to get more audience, support people. See, in a typical corporate job, you never get those opportunity. Okay, in corporate, your 8 to 10 hours is limited on your computer on for particular task. Most of your time spent on escalating with some other team. Okay, saying do you, this is your issue, it's not my issue. If you see back to 10 years back, most of the time you spend most of the issue to other someone issue you taken. Okay, it's you done a politics. But in entrepreneurship, your learning is limitless. Let's assume after 5 years if it fail, there are tons of company ready to hire you in a management position, in a higher position. So this is the risk and reward you will get. So I encourage, don't think that I see a lot of startups are raising crazy funding, so I want to quit my job and start a company. It won't work in that manner. Okay, it's a hard journey. As Antrex say, it's a hard journey. We all know it's a hard journey. Okay, and most of the month, see, in company, we all work to get money for our family. But in entrepreneurship, you're working for the 20 people in your company. The
Exactly.
priority is giving salary to the 20 people on time. So I want to say everyone that if you're taking this journey, put in a commitment, 5 years. That's where you can learn the success of failure.
So
Couple
very
of
well said, actually. Every word that you put in there is so valuable, and I want to add to that, saying, it is that consistency and that persistence is what matters, because we might be persistent, but maybe leaving 3 feet from gold. Actually, who knows? So just keep at it. We never know when something turns out or when some opportunity comes. But the journey actually of an entrepreneur, again, lots of opportunities are there which value the entrepreneurship experience as well, not only a professional experience in some company or something. There are companies, especially Google and some big companies, who value their entrepreneurial experience. It can be a failed enterprise, but the experience, because I believe entrepreneur wears multiple hats. You're the watchman one time, and then you are like you're doubling up always, because you cannot afford, you're always, most of us are always bootstrapping. So it's like doing all things, juggling all things, actually. And that is where the expertise of handling everything, even finances to the last detail, to all the resources, making the best use of it, it all comes by this experience, and nothing actually can ever match this experience. So that is why entrepreneurs are most sought after also, as a job opportunity, if at all they choose to go later. But again, we don't want people to go to jobs, we want them to start up. So that's the intention of it. Thank you so much for all these amazing takeaways. I
only
want yeah,
I would like to add one point here to,
sure.
I mean, conclude this session. So entrepreneurship looks like wearing jacket and Rolex watch and you know, I mean, having BM car and having like a corporate office and all. But at the end of the day, we are all CEO, Chief Everything Officer. Thank you so much.
Thanks, thank you.
True, true, very true.
So there you go, everyone. Thanks for this, for being with us through this panel discussion. I really enjoyed every minute of this, of hosting all these lovely people over here. And these are seasoned entrepreneurs, and there is so much to learn from this. The questions that I put, the discussions that we have had, I'm sure actually I could not contain everything. When I was speaking to them one on one, actually before the talk, there is so much that I wanted to come through in the talk. So please feel free to connect with them if you are interested in what they are doing. They're all open and very, that's part of the community, that we are all ready to help actually somebody who is in need. So with that, actually, I would like to sign off. Thank you so much for being with us. And thank you, everyone.
Thank you so
Thanks
much.
everyone.
Bye.
Thanks so much. Bye.
Thank you,
Bye.
Keep
everyone.
learning, keep
Bye.
exploring. Bye.
Well, thanks, Usha, for such hosting such an inspiring discussion, panel discussion for. So, I thoroughly enjoyed the discussion and even the questions that all of you were asking up, and like even the panel discussion there. So those were like kind of out of the box. And thanks to all the panelists for giving such an insightful discussion there. So, all right, folks. Now I guess it's time to just say goodbye, but not really a goodbye. We are meeting tomorrow as well. So, uh, so thank you all for tuning in for today's session. I hope you enjoyed the whole day. Please do comment in the chat about which session you like the most. And I personally like the panel discussion. The next thing that motivated me for entrepreneurship, apart from like Ankur Wariko in the panel discussion there. I just miss him there. So like if someone is from the panel discussion or like someone from the team is listening to, please next time call Ankur Wariko on the stage there. I want him to be there. So Shivangi, what did you like the most about it?
I think I loved all the sessions, and right now I feel inspired, motivated, and challenged to do more. Remember, small progress is progress, and you don't have to be perfect to move ahead. Take every day in your stride. Now that we are here, let's celebrate this day and see you all tomorrow. Bye bye.
Bye bye. See you tomorrow.